Good afternoon. Good evening. We are the Community Redevelopment Agency. This is our regular meeting. Today is November 12th, 2025. The time is 6:14. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lanier,
Here.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Present.
Commissioner Guyton,
Here.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Here.
Commissioner Davis Paneer, here, Mayor Douglas Lawson.
Present.
Also present on the dais, Attorney Chris Smith, Pittman Law Group, Jadelle Mercius, Executive Director, Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, Francisco Medranda, Project Manager, and Shirley Desir, Director of Administration.
Thank you. We will have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Davis Paneer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Staff, Commission, do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions for the agenda this evening? Staff?
Chair?
Yes.
No, there aren't.
Commission? Any disclosures by staff or commission in regards to the items on this agenda this evening?
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I have met with most of the developers that'll be putting on a presentation this evening, so I just want to disclose that.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
thank you. Before approving the agenda, I had a question, because on the agenda it's posted as presentations for negotiations with forest development. Are we doing presentations tonight, or what are we doing?
Wait a minute, we're doing disclosures right now.
I thought we approved the agenda or disclosure?
No, we're getting to the disclosures.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I too have met with most of the developers.
Okay,
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
too have.
thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, thank you.
same here as well.
Mayor?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
item on the agenda for approval of the agenda before we approve it. The resolution that's posted is to negotiate with forest development. Are we doing presentations tonight? Are we going to be hearing from the different teams? What is going to be the approach for 5A?
Chair?
yes, go ahead, sir.
At this time before you all, well, after Shirley presents the item, Ms. Desir, Madam Desir presents the item, we will iterate or go over our, what our proposal will look like, or excuse me, our proposals will look like. And also, we will also reiterate a motion for the board to entertain. If we're ready for that right now, we can do that. But I know that we're right now in some form. So are you guys ready for that? Would you guys?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm only asking for clarity before we approve the agenda, because it says resolution authorizing to enter negotiations with forest development. So I just want to be clear before we approve this agenda, what are we doing?
Okay.
And what direction we're taking.
So Chair, I'll explain that, Chair. At the last meeting, we went to board to recommend forest development through our staff evaluation process. The direction of the board was to come back with the top 3 developers that have been ranked by our evaluation committee. So that's what we do. That's what we have here tonight before you all, those top 3 developers. Additionally, through an LTB that was written October 22nd to you all, there was an error on my part where a question was asked by Commissioner Spiritus in regards to the highest bidders. I mentioned that Forest was the lone highest bidder. That was false. Forest and another group were the highest bidders. So they were ranked number 4. We've invited, out of a precaution, we've invited 4 and 5 to this meeting. If you all would like to hear all of those presenters, we have invited them. But if you guys want to stay with the direction of the top 3 being presented, we have formatted that they will present to us within a 7-minute time period, and you all are allotted them as much amount as you guys need, questions as you guys will need to go forward with your decisions.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
When I made that decision, obviously, what you said during that meeting played a lot into that. With that being said, I think now my mind is a little different in terms of doing the 3 versus the 5, because that kind of makes me want to question some of the other things that took place with the scoring. So I would certainly be open to either to remove my vote or to be able to put a motion on the floor to do follow 5 instead of just the 3, whichever one I need to do. Mr. Chris.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So who would be the top 3 with the new calculation?
Absolutely. So Chair?
And does it change?
Hold on a second, before we get into all of this right now, we need to look at the agenda first, because what this is saying is that this is authorizing to enter into negotiations. We need to have a presentation separate and apart from this.
So Chair, yes, with that being said, that was the item from last month. We need to close out that specific item if we are not moving forward with staff's recommendation, and if there is a recommendation for the board to make a decision on that developer, then we would need to set forth another or an amendment to the resolution stating that the board has made a decision to move forward with the undisclosed developer to build this project.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so just to clarify, I asked who the number 1 group was as far as paying us for the land. My reason was to just hear from the top 3. I wasn't interested in anything other than who was the highest person or group paying out of the top 5. I was looking really for the answer in the top 3, which is what I explained to the executive director during the week when we spoke. There was a clear difference between the top 3 and the 4th, 5th person, which is why we went with the top 3. I don't see any reason to change that. We did advertise. Everybody was here. We did vote on the top 3. I would have had an opportunity to do other research and meet with other people if I would have thought that it was going to be more than 3. I don't see any reason why we would go more than 3.
Let's
Yeah, I'm about to put a motion to approve the agenda to include all 5 developers who submitted proposals.
Second.
okay.
So
So we are listening to all 5 presentations, but what we need to do is that we need to do that before we get to 5A.
mhm.
So we'll put that as number 5.
Madam Chair,
Madam
did we
Clerk.
take a
I didn't
vote?
have a discussion.
I'm sorry.
Did we take a vote?
I still had questions. Nobody answered my original question before you all.
Okay, so let's do this. There's a motion on the floor, and there's a second. Let us call the question on that one. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Davis Panir,
No.
Commissioner Guyton, Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
No.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That vote passes 3-2 with Commissioner Davis Panir and Commissioner
I'm sure.
Spiritus. I apologize.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
Dissenting.
point of information, Madam
Hold
Chair.
on 1 second. No, hold on. Madam?
No, when the motion was made, there was no time for discussion?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
you
wanted
called
to
the
ask a
vote.
question.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
Go ahead, yes.
So my question, can you go back to my original question, which was with regards to the question that was asked that changed the,
Rank.
the rankings with the top three?
So, yeah. No, the ranking, Chair, excuse me.
Go ahead.
The rankings have never changed. To Commissioner Spirits' point, the question that was asked was who was the highest bidders or bidders? My answer that I answered erroneously was Forest Development as the lone highest bidder. After some research and talking to our colleagues, there are two highest bidders, and the other highest bidder happened to be that fourth developer within that listing. But no, that did not affect the final calculation along with the final listing for those developers in ranking. And as today, right now, the listing counts or states as number one, Forest Development, number two, Frontier and Gideon Financial, three, Kinco Communities, four, Cold Town Properties, five, Elysium Land Development.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Hold on a second.
My point goes first,
Listen,
Madam
she
Chair.
has not finished having her questions.
Yes,
and
but a
you can
point
go
of
after
information
her.
can interrupt anything. I'm
No,
asking for a point of
it
information.
cannot.
Please read
Go-
Robert's rules.
Sir, we're not gonna get into this.
We're getting into
in
Robert's rules.
regards
That's
to
what
this.
governs this board, not
She
you.
is on, she has the right to speak. She has the floor now.
She does unless there's a point of
She has
information.
the floor, and I deny that point of information.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead,
I
ma'am.
suggest you go and read Robert's rules if you're going to sit there as the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Director Jadell, thanks for the clarification, because the vote is already passed.
Of course, Chair. Of course, Commissioner.
Yes, go ahead.
No.
Your question was asked, answered?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Dr. Spiritus.
Okay, my question is for for our legal counsel. Can you tell us, this meeting was advertised with the expectation of the three top people being given the opportunity to speak. That's how we were told this meeting was being given. That's how our briefings were done. Do we have the ability to change that and vote on these people without it being advertised properly?
It was at the meeting, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The meeting was advertised for a presentation by the top three. What has now happened is we're adding the presentations of the five. What we couldn't do is do we couldn't go the other way. We couldn't advertise three and only listen to one. But at this meeting, you can add the other two. That wouldn't be a violation of notice requirements.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So you're saying that we can advertise something and change it. So that means that people who might come here to speak on number 4 and 5 aren't going to be here because they didn't get that opportunity. So we have the right to vote on that without the public being given the opportunity to be here?
On this item, yes, you can add presentations on there if it's the board's will. That wouldn't violate any notice requirements to add. It would violate it to subtract it, but not to add it.
Okay, that's news to me. Thank you. Doesn't seem fair.
Any other questions in regards to adding this item for a presentation?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So for the 5A, the way that it's written, we'll just basically, are we going to keep it as is, Mr. Smith? 5A stays as it is, authorizing the executive director to enter negotiations with that specific company? Will this 5A stay there, or does it need to be modified?
It would need to be modified depending on your vote this evening. If your vote is to go with the recommendation, that's why the resolution was written for the recommendation. But if you change that recommendation tonight, then it would need to be modified. We'd have to do a different resolution.
But the modification will happen after we've had the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. So where are we putting the?
All right, we'll put it right before, it's 5A, we'll put it right at 5, parentheses 1, if you want to do that. But it'll be before this resolution that's listed. All right, so are we clear, board, in regards to how we will proceed? Any other questions about how we'll proceed?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
as far as the presentations go, what, is there a ranking?
Yes. So, Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I believe that we should go in the order of the ranking that the evaluation committee has found, along with preempting all of the developers or the bidding developers for a 7-minute presentation.
But as far as us selecting them, I'm saying, are we scoring? Are we just having a conversation and?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
you all will have conversations with them, and after that, we will look to make sure that we'll make a recommendation amongst you all.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is a question for, I guess, the executive director. Should all of the developers be here when the presentations are made and when questions are asked and we get answers?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
That was a conversation that we all had amongst us as colleagues. After consulting with our council, we believe that the developers are already here. They've already reviewed their proposal, and also the proposals have been online for quite a number of weeks now. So the proposals have been public for quite some time now. So we don't feel a need, if it's the will of the body of the board, if they would like to move them to an overlay room in the Hatcher space, we do have that available.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So that's not my concern. I know everyone has seen everybody's proposals, but we're going to ask questions and they're going to hear the answers to those questions. And I don't think that it's fair to all the developers to hear our questions and hear the answers from the other developers, when they're putting on their presentations. I think that puts people in a difficult
Absolutely.
position.
I'm going.
Yep.
Chair, go ahead, Chris.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
This is a public meeting and any questions you ask will be public. So because the situation we're in, we can't ask anyone to leave. And it sounds unfair, but that's, a public meeting. So any questions you ask will be in public. And so every developer has an opportunity to hear those questions.
Yeah, and plus they can go outside and look at their phone, so it's not like they'll be private. Any other questions before we move forward? Madam Clerk, for the adoption of the agenda.
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton, Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
No?
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That vote passes 4-1 with Commissioner Spiritus dissenting.
We're at our consent agenda. This is routine board business. The consent agenda is approved by single majority vote. Items may be removed for open discussion at the request of any commissioner. Are there any items that is listed on the consent agenda that you want to be pulled or reviewed? If not, can I get a motion to approve the
So
consent
moved.
agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That vote passes 5-0.
Next item.
Madam Chair, this will be the presentation of the 5 proposals.
Okay, Director Mercius.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
As discussed, this item is to more or less receive presentations for the 1851 Old Miami Subs site. We've already provided our evaluation criteria along with our scores and our ranking as a staff. We present to you all in the order of their rankings, each of those developers for their presentations. We'll start with Forest Development. Forest Development has about 7 minutes. Not about, but they have 7 minutes to do their presentation, present to you all, and you all have as much questions that you guys would like to move forward with Forest Development. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I think we need to make sure we put a time
We have a
on
time.
questioning for us too.
Okay, so that we can do,
So, Chair,
yes, go
are you
ahead.
guys seeking a time for your specific questions.
Yeah.
So would it be what, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
That's for all of us.
For all of you all.
Yeah, for everything. So you take 6. So in 10 minutes, sir. Madam Clerk, could you please put the timer on for this first presentation?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
And before we get started, I would actually agree with Commissioner Spiritus, and possibly ask for the teams to recuse themselves to the other room to allow for the question and answers to be from each development partner, to not prepare for some of the Q&A that's coming, because I don't want to kind of lobby a question that this team has. So I have no problem with them going to the other room to refrain from using phones and tablets. It is an honor system, but as we do with most of our selection of our executive director, our directors for the city and CRA, we have them in separate rooms as we question them. Because this is a $350 million project, I want to make sure that we get all the questions answered and we don't just loft up or lobby up ideas for any other team to answer to. And I think it's as easy for them to sit in the adjacent room, which is open and vacant, and allow for each team to have a fair shot at this presentation so we can have genuine, honest discussion. Madam Chair.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
if that's the will of the board, we'll prepare for the other room to be set up for them to go into that overlay space.
Is that the will of the board?
I'm fine with that. I mean, that's how we normally do it, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, very good. Let us proceed. The 4 other proposers, could you please excuse yourselves to the room across the hall? Thank you.
10 minutes for them, 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes,
Just realize and let everyone realize that this is optional. There's no mandate that they have to do this.
right,
Okay.
right. It's optional. 3 of the board members said yes, so we're gonna proceed.
Madam Chair, could I pose a question?
Who's that?
My name is Elliot Johnson. I'm a Elysium Land Development, and I am attending virtually.
Oh,
So stepping into the other room. Speaking to the air.
hold on a
It's
second.
difficult for me.
Hold on 1 second, sir. We need to have, Madam, I'm sorry. Director Mercius. Who is this?
I believe he's a representative of a developer from Elysium Land Development, which is the 5th ranked development firm.
Oh, so, please mute your Zoom. That's all we can say to that point. All right, let's get started.
Madam Chair, I have one question for the
Yes, go ahead.
director. I see all 5 groups are here, right? Correct?
Yes.
How do they know to be here tonight?
So, Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
in anticipation for them being here, we've already gave them a call just to make sure, like I stated earlier, for 4 and 5 to be here if there was a decision to be made, if all 5 would be heard.
In anticipation of what? I don't understand.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
again, an error was made and an LTB was given to you all on October 22nd. And in that LTB, it was stated that there was an error that stated that Forest Development was the highest bidder. We made arrangements to make sure, based upon that answer and based upon the decision to bring in the top 3, we made sure that the developers that are ranked 4th and 5th were also present, just in case the top 3, along with those bottom 2, were going to present. It was upon the board to make that decision, and the board made that decision. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So I don't quite understand what you're saying, because I spoke to you last week and I told you what my question was with who the highest bidder was really for the top 3. So even after that, you thought that there was a reason to have all 5 here?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, after I spoke to you, I talked to other board members, and the other board members made their will as well apparent.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
All right, very good. Forest Development. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Wayne Richards. I have the honor of being here on behalf of Forest Development. I'm here with the founder, owner, and principal, Peter Batarian.
Good evening.
We are very pleased to be here to speak about the unsolicited offer. Over 2 years ago, December 2023, Forest Development had the vision, along with the city, to redevelop the Broadway corridor. As you know very well, Forest Development is heavily invested in the northern end of our city on Broadway, and Forest Development firmly believes that the center portion, in order to promote walkability, must be developed consistently with the northern corridor. Hence, back in December of 2023, 2 years ago, Forest Development really joined in with your vision and made an offer on the city and the CRA property. Those are obviously the parcels in question, the center portion of Broadway. Now, I'm sorry about the small print, who is Forest Development? We all know that Forest is days away from obtaining their final CO for Nautilus 220. This is a local gentleman, a local developer, a local development team situated here in the northern part of Palm Beach County and doing significant development work. Nautilus 220 is days away. Aculina is months away from significant forward movement. So you have Aculina on the northern end, and we believe that the central part of Broadway must be developed consistently to promote the walkability of the corridor. Actually, I'm looking at my notes. That's a little too small, and I'm 60-something now. This will be a transformative project for Broadway. We will develop between 350 and 450 apartments, market rate apartments. We will have 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Now, this is another exciting part. There will be up to 17,000 square feet of restaurant and retail space along Broadway. The goal is to further activate the Broadway corridor. We're doing it in the north, you're doing it in the north as well, and this is the central portion. We want people living here and walking to the marina. We want people walking from the marina over here to go shopping, whether it be at restaurants or at one of the many shops that will be there. And yes, we will have on-site parking. This is consistent with the CRA's vision. We will have mixed-use buildings on Broadway. We will help create the pedestrian-friendly environment. And the good news is, this developer, this gentleman that we know very well, is going to actually do it. We're not going to hold you up for 3, 4, 5, or 6 or 7 years and argue with you. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it now. His words to me were full steam ahead. When I asked him about timing, he says, full steam ahead. We have to hit it now while it's hot. Now, what are we proposing? The value of this project, and we believe this is one of the many reasons why we came in number 1 across the board. We had a very high financial offer, but we think more importantly, the other elements of our plan really convinced the team, the city's evaluation team, that we should be number 1, and number 1 by quite a bit. Number 2 wasn't even close. We're going to spend $250 million on the central part of Broadway on construction of land. Architects, engineers, and project professionals, $25 million. Permit and soft costs, $50 million. This is a $325 million project that we're wanting to do today. We want to get going immediately. What about jobs? The calculations are that we'll have just over 1,000 direct jobs, 200 indirect jobs, 250 what we call induced jobs. So close to 1,500 people will be working in a beehive of activity in the central part of Broadway, right here in our city. Ad valorem taxes, we believe that over $2 million additional per year will inure to the city's coffers, along with the multiple $1 million of induced impacts. This is a very significant project. We envisioned it, and quite frankly, we believe this council envisioned it when you acquired the land so that this could actually happen. We have offered $3.78 million to purchase this property. And we are offering a deposit of $200,000 within 30 days. We will submit for site plan. It says 9 months. It says within 9 months. Full speed ahead. Within 6 to 9 months, we will submit for site plan approval once we have the agreement in hand. We will provide on-site parking so that residents of the city and visitors to the city that are coming to the shops, the restaurant and retail can park on-site. We will also dedicate workforce housing units. You already know that there are workforce housing units being built across the street and to the south a little bit. Well, we will have workforce housing units on this property as well, in this project. 17,000 square feet of restaurant and retail. You will not have to leave the city anymore to have a meal, to have breakfast, lunch, or dinner. You'll be able to shop right here on Broadway. We are creating that downtown. We're helping to create the downtown. The good news is this project will also improve Avenue E. So we're at Broadway all the way over to Avenue E. Full speed ahead. We want to move forward. As I indicated, your evaluating committee ranked forest development #1 for a myriad of reasons. The other entities we're sure are well deserving, but they came in a distant #2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I'm going to ask Peter to speak briefly, because Peter, you have been doing things here on your own with forest development in this city for years. Please share with us what you've done and what you want to do going forward.
Good evening. Since the first day of being part of this great city of Riviera Beach, we have worked with the city and local organizations and have donated over $250,000 in funds to support our community. We take pride in making not just building buildings, but helping to build the community we work within. Over the past 4 years, we have been proud supporters of 13 organizations within the city. Washington Elementary School, John F. Kennedy Middle School. Chair, time is up.
Oh, time is up. 7 minutes went fast, huh?
7, I thought 10. Which one is it?
So that's the 7 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, very good. There's 3. Yes.
Can they give a warning, at least like a
This was gonna
2-minute
be counting
warning?
down. They can't see me.
Yeah, 1 minute to wrap up, and please.
Oh, I see.
They weren't showing.
Who said they got 1 minute to wrap up?
Okay.
Madam Chair, didn't we say 10
I mean,
minutes?
so we're doing 8 minutes instead of 7? The 7.
Wait,
We said 10.
you're gonna put the time up there?
We'll work on getting the timer up there.
10 was supposed to be inclusive of the questions. That's 7.
Oh, okay.
Questions for forest development, please.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
how much tax revenue will this project bring to the city?
Over $2 million directly to the city. Every year.
Madam Chair?
Can I just repeat? So over
Oh.
2 million,
Yes.
over 2 million each year, this project will bring to the city. Okay.
Madam Chair, were we going to be given an opportunity to wrap up or no? Just want to know what is your decision of the board?
No, the 7 minutes are up.
Thank you. Okay, I'll answer questions.
Commissioner Guyton?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I actually have 3 quick questions. When is the anticipated start date of the project if you were to be selected?
We want to start right away. So if we're awarded the contract, as soon as its negotiation is done, we're going to work right away on the site plan. We've already done some preliminary planning. We're already talking with the community to hire local people to work with us. So we're ready to go.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Okay, go ahead.
do you have the financing in place?
We are a very large project right now, and we have significant financing to do a project of this size.
Do you have the financing in place, or do you have to go find it?
The construction loan, anybody will have to get a construction loan of this size. I'm proven, I have a track record of getting construction loans of this size. I'm very bankable.
Okay, last question. You came in second with the bid. I don't know if people understood what the bid was about, but it was the price for the property. I think you had like 3.7. The highest bidder was, I think, like 4 mil. Can you match that bid price?
I'm willing to negotiate on that. I think that I'm proven, I want to be your partner. And what I bring is I will bring $2 million a year in tax revenue to the city, bring workforce housing, create jobs, restaurant, retail, and I'm going to hire within the community.
All right, I'm not going to interrupt you, but we'll let tight on time. Just yes or no question. Can you match the highest bid price?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
you said 250 induced jobs. Can you just explain that?
Right. Induced jobs?
Y'all know we don't have, our
Induced,
clock is
induced.
ticking.
I know we explained it.
I know I have
You want to come back to that question? Somebody else?
Well, yeah, and, yeah, we,
Go ahead.
Mr. Anderson, yeah, we hired a financial economist to look at our plans. And they said induced jobs are the effects of spending by the households and local economy as a result of direct and indirect efforts from our economic activity, from our event. So the induced jobs are those that are not directly working at the site, but are related, that are getting jobs because that activity is happening. So almost like the second stringers, people who are supporting people working there. That's what an induced job is. The direct jobs are people who are working there physically, going there every day. The induced are those behind the scenes supporting those people. And if not for this project, those jobs would not be there. Those are what are induced.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, in your closing, what's the most important thing that you wanted to say?
We want to be your partner. We want to build great projects together. We want to work within the community, hire within the community, and create long-term jobs and housing.
Thank you.
Chair.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Dr.
So-
Spears.
Can you tell me how many units guesstimate? I know you're not at that point design-wise, but you have a guesstimate in how many units you're going to have?
It's about between 300 and 350.
Then you're going to be paying close to $2.8 million in water hookup fees.
The water hookup fees, the fire impact fees are multi-million dollars. There are multi-million dollars that will be received by the city literally on day one, even before construction, because we will build this project. We will not argue for years and nothing will happen. This project's going in the ground should you award it to Forest Development.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so then basically, that's going to help subsidize the new water plant and help us not have to raise water fees 18% per year. Also on the financing, I do understand as a developer, you cannot get a commitment from a bank until you have a contract in your hand. All you'll get is a letter of intent, which anybody could walk into a bank and get a letter of intent. We'd be more interested in your commitment letter after an agreement is made. Thank you.
Madam Chair. There are some projects that have investors and they have financing on hand. I understand the construction loan part. I didn't know how they were going to finance it or if they had investors. That was the substance of my question.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Local participation on your project that you're working on in Lake Park. What percentage of local participation in Palm Beach County are you using or have you completed with the project that you should be sealing soon?
As a percentage, I don't know that. That's something I would have to come back, but our general contractor makes a big effort to hire within the local community. They do.
Hey, who's your general contractor? Are they the same one for this project?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
but we are very focused on hiring within the community.
Thank you. And then also your time frame. You referenced in your proposal 9 months for for entitlements. But I don't think we were clear. When would we expect shovels in the ground?
Well, sure. The goal is full steam ahead. So we are suggesting that once we have a contract within 6 to 9 months, we will submit for site plan approval. And your staff has done a phenomenal job, as you know, in getting these approved in 6 to 9 months. So literally, we're looking at possibly 18 months.
18 months with
9
shovels
plus
in the ground.
9,
To have shovels in the ground.
yes.
Any other questions? I have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left.
No, I know you're gonna take advantage of it. Go ahead.
You were about to go over some of your community benefits that you have already contributed to. Would you put that back up on the screen?
Okay. I think I'm locked out right now. Oh, here we are. So, Peter, these are the entities that you have supported over the last, I think, 3-4 years. That's it. Stop. I can't read them. I'm sorry. Commissioner Guyton, that's the list there. It's Washington Elementary School, John F. Kennedy Middle School in the Grove community, the city's Police Athletic League, the city's Parks and Recs Department, locally here, the Porter Palm Beach Holiday Toy Drive. I wonder how you found out about that group. She Speaks International, the Mother's Daughter Date Night, Friends of Manatee Lagoon, the Christmas Toy Giveaway, the Max Fisher, the River Beach Boys and Girls Club, the Back to School Bash, I think twice, the National Poetry Month Festival, and the Taurus Oceanographic Foundation Riviera Beach World Ocean Day. Those are the entities that have received significant support from Forest just in the last 18, 24 months.
Thank you. One last question for me.
I also would like to let you know that we've been doing this well before we ever even got a project in Riviera Beach. I really want to support the community. We give $1,000 a month to each one of these schools to help the schools with additional programs that the principal wants to do. And we've done that for the last 3 years. So each one of these schools gets $1,000 a month from Forest Development.
One last question. You all said you're going to move on full steam ahead. What is the anticipated completion date, providing the fee, the permits are issued timely, and I understand the process?
That's it, Brian? 30 months of construction? 30 months of construction.
Okay, that's 24, 2.5 years.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, that's 30 months construction from 18 months from now. So we're gonna do shovels in the ground, 30 months of construction at that time frame.
Correct.
Thank you. And then the last thing, I just want to thank you guys because you haven't been a title sponsor for the back to school event. That was huge success. So thank you to your team. You guys have done a phenomenal job with that in regards to participating. Our biggest thing is we have to make sure this is the last bit of undeveloped land in Riviera Beach. Our 18th Street, our marina, we're finally partnering with our housing authority. So we're excited about that for tonight's project, and our city hall. So we have to just make sure we get it right. You guys have been at the table, so thank you for that. But that timeline is my biggest concern. We have to shave that down. 30 months of construction is standard, but 18 months to get shovels in the ground from today, I want to see that as quick as possible. And I'm going to make sure that our staff, with our colleagues, are pushing every initiative to get that done. So we want to have an escalated timeline.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sirs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair will work on bringing Frontier up next.
Okay.
Good one. I'm sure you want to take 2 minutes? Because they got to set up the
They're
proposal.
right across the hall.
They're coming out right now.
Okay, guys can come to the podium.
Right.
Okay, you have 7 minutes. We'll have 3 minutes for questions. You can introduce yourselves and get started.
Thank you for having us. My name is Woody Victor. I'm head of multifamily for Frontier Development and Hospitality. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for having us here to present on this exciting project. So just for those who don't know Frontier, we are a hospitality and multifamily developer based out of DC. We've have strong roots in the community. We've done housing in New York, DC, Philadelphia. We also have a number of properties, hospitality properties across 7 states. In addition, and what's I think particularly relevant here is that the city of Washington, DC and Philadelphia have entrusted Frontier as lead developer on 2 transformational projects to deliver about 1,500 rental units, home ownership opportunities, hospitality and entertainment. So we're truly delivering transformative projects and true placemaking. So with that, I'd like to, be mindful of the time here, introduce our partner, Gideon Financial.
The clicker's not working. Good evening, everyone. My name is Evans Gideon, and I'm the managing partner of Gideon Financial LLC. Gideon Financial LLC is a commercial real estate development advisory firm. We've been in business for about 10 years and worked on a lot of South Florida projects, multifamily in particular. So well knowledge in South Florida and Central Florida. I'm ecstatic for many reasons tonight. Number one, we're a 100% minority-led team with Evans Charles being the lead partner on this particular project that we're proposing for 1851 Broadway. I'm also ecstatic because I am a product of Riviera Beach. I grew up just off of Blue Heron and Congress Ave in the Wedgewood Plaza apartments. So very well in tune with the community, and I'm happy to come back and propose this project, which we're proposing. Can you help with the clicker? Oh, there. All right, so the project we're proposing is 300 multifamily workforce housing apartments, and it's key to discuss the workforce housing component. This is something that is universal in a crisis nationwide. We have a shortage for apartments of this business plan that caters to the very people that service our communities, and that's the police officers, the firefighters, the teachers, and other professionals within our community. So that's the idea. We want to be very intentional about delivering something that's going to service the communities in which a lot of these professionals work in. I have a lot of experience with teachers and police officers, and I'm hearing the stories of many of them commuting from Port St. Lucie to Boynton Beach just to go to work. So we want to change that narrative, and that's what this project is about. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Woody Victor.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback off what Evans was explaining, there's a group called the missing middle income. And too often developers come to an area and they focus on either affordable housing, which is super, super low income, or contrary, ultra high net worth luxury housing. But unfortunately, the middle class, as with the kind of bigger macro politics, they're getting squeezed out, and they either can't afford to live in certain luxury communities or make too much money to do the low income project. So all the studies have shown that mixed income is the way to go to move communities forward, especially communities in transition. So we've been intentional about bringing a product that caters to the missing middle income community. And with that, we're going to also be intentional. We're going to bring our hospitality experience at Frontier to provide, make this a destination. We're going to have restaurants. You're not going to see a dollar store or a liquor store. We're going to have high-end restaurants. We're going to have cultural destinations that really speak to the renaissance of this community. And with that, I want to hand over to Steve White, who's going to speak to our community benefits package.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve White, and as you know, I was born and raised here in the city of Riviera Beach. I live here now, been a resident homeowner here for the past 23 years. And this is a city that I love unconditionally. So for me, it was an honor to be asked to join this team to focus on the community benefits. And I think it further demonstrates that this team is really determined to make sure that the community, the residents of Riviera Beach, benefit from this project. So what we've developed are 3 initiatives that I just wanted to share with you briefly tonight. One of them is workforce and outreach. Our goal is to utilize up to 30% of minority-owned businesses on this particular project, with emphasis on Riviera Beach-based businesses and, of course, the immediate surrounding area. We also have a 30% small business enterprise commitment as well. Something else that is very important to me personally is that we are committed to working with those who have been formerly incarcerated by offering job training, entrepreneurship training, and a real commitment to hiring our returning citizens. Second, we want to focus on vocational training. So we're going to work with Florida Training Services and others to help the residents of Riviera Beach get training in the many opportunities that are available in the trades, especially in the construction industry. Because we know that many of our high school graduates are not going to college, and many of them don't want to go to college, but there are enormous opportunities in the trades for them, and also for other adults who need to have a marketable skill. And lastly, and again, it's something that's very, very important to me, is that there's going to be a focus on our youth. I'm very passionate about our children, and so what we're going to do is we're going to partner with the schools in the city, community organizations, and especially the parents to make sure that our children succeed academically.
Sure.
And we're also going to provide
Thank you.
multi-purpose space.
Thank you so much, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, all
Thank
right,
you
not
so
a
much.
problem. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have questions from the board.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Can you tell me, I see you're doing workforce housing. Are you going to be looking for any tax deductions, or are you going to be looking for city, county, state, federal aid on this project?
Well, this, as we like to say, this is the start of a conversation, not the end. So we are looking to leverage Live Local to the extent that we can, and SB 102. Right now, we have not proposed or contemplated getting additional support from the city of Riviera Beach, but to the extent we start sharing ideas and there's something over and above what we've offered as an additional proposal, we're happy to have those discussions, and if additional incentives or support are needed, we would make that known.
Chair? Follow up?
Go ahead.
So you're looking to do this as a Live Local for the tax deduction under Live Local law?
Correct.
Okay, that's pretty substantial.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the Live Local SB 102 is about, one, density, so zoning, and then second, it's also, there is a tax incentive program around it. We, as far as our underwriting, we didn't necessarily put into the financials a huge tax abatement. But again, as I mentioned, as we have the discussions, and if there's other aspects of the other specific aspects of the project that you'd like to see incorporated, we can have those discussions.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So it's very likely you'll be going after the county workforce and the state workforce housing money as well.
Yeah, we would go after whatever publicly available subsidies there are, but we're geared to go in as of right. We don't want to delay this project by going through a lengthy competitive process, but to the extent there are funds there, we would definitely try to seek those.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for property development?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know if I heard wrong, but for the minority-owned businesses, I think you said 30%, but it's 15 up there, right? Is it 15 or 30?
Yes, we said up to 30%. That is correct.
Up to 30% for the
Yes.
small business enterprise.
for minority-owned businesses. So I know it says 15 there, but actually the actual number is 30%. That is
Oh,
what I
okay.
stated, yes.
Okay, okay. So both are up to 30%?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to ask the same thing that I asked to the previous developer, so everybody's getting the same questions from me. What is the start and anticipated completion dates if you were to be selected?
Yeah, I mean, we would immediately go into detailed design, obviously work out a site development agreement with you, a land disposition agreement with the city, and then we would be ready to start, and I would estimate about a year, 9 months to a year to have a shovel in the ground.
An anticipated completion date?
Completion date, that, so we'd be looking to have it leased up in 2028.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you have investors? You just answered the financing question. I had a question about how you was going to finance it, but go over that again for me. How do you plan to finance this project?
Sure. We're the development team, and most development projects, we have the lead developer or general partner, which you're looking at the general partner on Frontier and Gideon. And then we also have our limited partners who will bring a portion of the equity as well. So there are pools that we have access to that we've done deals with, numerous deals. We just closed the hotel in DC. That we have our limited partner relationships there. So we would be reaching out to the usual capital partners who know and trust Frontiers, and we've delivered outsized returns for all of our investors. So the money's not an issue.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So you're saying that you're going to have private investors, and will you pursue construction loans or public loans?
Yes, we have capital partners. There would be equity, there would be debt, so construction loans, bond financing. We would go to the capital markets to raise capital.
Okay, and your proposal.
Currently, just to underscore, we're the lead developer on 2 projects, as I mentioned, in DC and Philadelphia. That has a capitalization combined of about $1.1 billion. So the capital markets is not an issue for us.
Okay. That's always an issue with me when developers come in. We've had projects to sit for 6 and 7 years because they couldn't get financing. And that I don't want to happen anymore. So we need to ask the right questions and be cognizant of the fact that we need supporting documents for whoever is selected, that you can actually start and get the project done. Last question. I think it was in your proposal. I'm trying to pull it up now, but how much did you offer for the property, offer to pay the city for the property?
We offered $4 million.
You were the 4?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
And part of that is we didn't try to flood the market with 600-700 units. We want to be intentional about, doing it right size. We didn't want units to sit, to your point about getting this off the ground. So we tried to be conservative to the extent that we need to, if we want to go up in terms of density or numbers, then, obviously we can have a conversation.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. How much space, restaurant and retail space are you proposing?
We're currently proposing 12,500 square feet of commercial space. It could be restaurants or event space. It's flexible currently.
You said shovels in the ground within 1 year, construction is 2 years, so project could realistically be done within 3.
That is correct, sir.
The live local component that you asked for, and I heard that you talked about abatements, and you weren't sure how we would be negotiating terms or what kind of abatements, tax abatements we'd be looking for. With the live local proposal and the request that you'd be making, the value of our land is important to us. I know that the terms and the options are negotiable, and we'll be doing those terms depending on the team. but it's difficult with the live local because we have to also take care of our infrastructure and we need to generate revenue. It is within our CRA that's going to sunset in 14 years. So we want to build projects that we know is going to really be something that's impactful immediately, as quickly as possible to establish and build up our CRA, build out our downtown corridor, but they can offset the burden on the taxpayer. So I'm a little concerned with the live local component piece with the workforce, but otherwise, thank you for the presentation. Excellent. I love the local participation. That number is comparable to what we did on the city side and we're awarded nationally for. So thank you for that presentation and for those numbers.
Mayor, if I would address your concern, to Woody's point, the SB 102 is more towards the land use component versus it is on the property tax component. So we're, as to his point as well, we're exploring different options in terms of our capital stack. Where traditionally it's been co-GP partnership, limited partnership, and debt.
That abatement's going to be a hard no for me on most teams that come to the table right now, just because we have limited land left. We have to maximize on the land right now, and there's a lot of developers that really want to build on this waterfront intercoastal view, so oceanfront view. So we got to make sure that we're intentional about what we do and what partnerships we bring in. So, but otherwise, everything else looks great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Frontier?
I guess, Madam Chair, I guess I'll ask that. The same.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. What's the estimated or projected tax revenue to the city based on your numbers of?
Based on
the numbers of what you're building and the amount?
Yeah, I mean, we were produced. I mean, there's a formula, but we have projected at least 1,500 full-time jobs, which obviously is going to grow your tax base. We estimate in a nine-figure number in terms of $100 million, but in terms of ongoing annual tax revenue, we estimate our pro forma about $250,000 a year, just on the bottom line in terms of property taxes. To the early comments about tax abatement. So we can do this deal without a tax abatement. So we were very thoughtful there. But in terms of economic engine in this community, we estimate a nine-figure number.
Okay. But about 250,000 per year.
Yeah, just on the property tax side, which is a drop in the bucket in terms of operating.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And how many units you said that you were gonna have the units? How many?
3.
I'm sorry, I can't.
How many units?
300 units.
300.
And that's going to consist of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms.
Any other questions for Frontier? Thank you, sirs, for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
We'll have the next group.
Chair, we're bringing them out right now.
Yes. Did you?
I'm going to go on record to say something too.
How are you?
Hi, welcome. Introduce yourselves and you can get started.
Perfect. Chase Gajewski. I'm representing Kenco Communities here on this 1851 Broadway property. Is this the button to flip? Yes? Just the green button? Okay, perfect. Big green button. Flip one more, that's just the document. So what we're proposing, similar to what we proposed earlier, so this is a conceptual rendering of the ground floor. We'll have townhome units, we'll have the amenity space and the pool deck, as well as a commercial civic use space. something that we were proposing as a civic use for a potential incubator or perhaps even Riviera Beach city meetings in the future, and really helping to create a space there that could be used for public benefit. This has not changed from our prior presentation, so I don't think there's a whole lot to go over here. But in terms of our actual development presentation, we are proposing 219 units in addition to the ground floor uses. The ground floor uses would include, as I said, about 11,500 square feet of amenities and 3,500 square feet of civic commercial space. We are proposing, if I can get one more, perfect. I don't have my glasses today. I unfortunately broke them, so I'll be looking here. But we prepared this, and I just, as a matter of record and wanting to correct it, I heard a few times about the highest bidder of forest development, and I just wanted to draw your attention to this matrix here that we prepared to show you the purchase price that we offered previously and are still standing behind of $4.55 million, which, as far as I'm concerned, I believe we are the highest bidder. So I wanted to make sure that that goes on the record, as we have not changed, and we have a signed PSA, purchase and sale agreement, as well in the document. We are proposing 219 units, which is a much lower density and intensity development, which we think would do better here than a more intense use currently for this Broadway property. We have heard the city in the previous meeting about wanting to provide workforce housing and more civic use public space. So we have revised our proposal to incorporate 10% workforce housing allotment, which comes out to 22 units of workforce housing units, which were previously not proposed. So again, want to make sure that I draw your attention there. And we are also contingent on a site plan approval, but we have no financing contingencies, no additional extension language, and just from an economic standpoint, I believe that we are the highest offer. Some community benefits, and again, my glasses unfortunately are not with me, but we are proposing some flashers, some crosswalk flashers to create that pedestrian activation. We are proposing sidewalk beautification, perhaps even some public art installations, maybe by a local artist, to really activate that ground floor and create that walkability in that downtown that you all are hoping for. And then we've also proposed, again, this sort of civic use incubator concept, perhaps even a city meeting space that we could utilize on the ground floor. Affordable and workforce housing, as I mentioned, we will do 10% workforce housing units, which comes out to 22 units at the 140% of AMI level. And we are happy and looking forward to provide this, and again, heard the earlier comments to do so. In regards to community benefits and local hiring, we are certainly willing to stand behind any local hiring efforts, doing job fairs, and really making ourselves available to local contractors in the bidding process, and doing everything we can to incorporate the community within this project. From a public space and civic use, again, we talked about this walkability that you all were asking for. And so we really envision this having a very beautiful sidewalk, landscaping, some public art installation, the pedestrian flashers, which we are open not only by our property, but also somewhere along the Broadway corridor to bring additional safety measures and walkability around the surrounding vicinity. From a developer qualification standpoint, Kenco was founded in 1992. We also submitted a package of our company background with a lot more detailed information on the various projects that we've worked on over the past few decades. But two notable ones is in downtown West Palm Beach. We did the Metropolitan Condominium Project, which is a mid-rise, high-rise concept with a rooftop pool. And we also developed Watertown Commons in the town of Lantana, which is a 72-acre mixed-use property with an Aldi, a Chick-fil-A, a Wawa, and some residential uses as well. And we have a very successful history here within South Florida and in Palm Beach County particularly. Just some images so you can see some of our past projects. Again, there's some more images in the company overview. And we also have a Synovus letter for our financial capacity and creditworthiness for Kenco, which I think speaks to itself, and we are certainly in position to complete this project. I'm not entirely sure how much time I have left, but this is, oh, I guess that's it right there. So this is our company overview. There's a handful of different projects that we've worked on, and I'm happy to discuss anything that you might see from there. And just from our contract, which we executed and put in here as well, again, $4.55 million. We have a 45-day due diligence, and we'll close 60 days after a site plan approval for the 219 unit concept that we've laid out. And there is, again, no financing contingencies and no additional extension language within this contract. So as a closing statement, I think that we are a top contender. We are offering more money, a much less intense development proposal for what would seem to be an 8-story limited height project. And so I don't know, how much that can bear within 8 stories, but we're projecting around 1,000 square feet livable unit sizes, which we feel, in addition to the workforce housing, creates a much more family-oriented, community-oriented living space, and one in which the residents would be maybe a bit happier in, a little bit more square footage, and less intense of a unit count. So I relinquish my time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I do know your reputation as a developer, and you have a very good reputation, your team. So thank you for submitting a proposal to the city. But my question is, how much do you expect to be paying in taxes on this property?
How much do we expect to be paying in taxes on this property?
Yeah. Have you done an estimate on what you're going to be paying the city portion of taxes?
If I were to give you an answer, it probably wouldn't be accurate, but it is not a deciding factor, I would say, in our proposal. We are, of course, assuming that the taxes will increase based on whatever the purchase price would be. Of course, with the rates that you have, I do not have that in front of me to give you an accurate answer, but it is not a deciding factor on whether or not Kenco would proceed forward.
Chair?
Go ahead.
So you're saying it's based on purchase price, but these are rental units?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're saying the purchase price of what you're paying for the property?
I guess I meant the tax basis for the property, but yes, sir. The taxes, I in all sincerity, don't have the best answer to that question at the moment. Certainly can provide it,
I
but
got it. You don't have the answer. I got it.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Kenco Communities?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I've been asking all of the developers the same question, so just don't think it's just you of these questions I'm asking. When is the anticipated start and completion date if you were to be selected?
The anticipated start date has not been determined. I know that we're going to have to do a site plan approval. I'm not entirely sure how long estimated that would take within the city of Riviera Beach for the project that we're proposing, but we have a documented history of success, and we are absolutely willing to start the project. We're not just tying up the property so we can hold it. It is certainly our interest in starting the project as soon as we can.
Let me ask this a different way. After you get permitted, get your permits to start construction, how long would it take you to complete construction?
To complete construction,
After you got your permits?
yes, sir. For a building 8 stories, to complete construction would likely be a few years, less than 2 years, maybe around there. I have not gotten a firm completion date. The plans are conceptual in nature, so I have not gotten a construction timeline on this particular project, nor do we have a final site plan to go out and get that timeline estimate, but roughly just off of the back of the napkin, I would say around 2 years.
Okay. Financing, how would your company finance the project?
Yes, sir. So the acquisition of the property would be financed with equity. Kenco has equity partners. We ourselves have the equity available. So this would not be
private investors.
Private investor, yes, sir. And then we have the Synovus letter from a lending standpoint in terms of financing the actual development of the project. But for the acquisition, we are looking at it from an equity all cash transaction.
Okay. Your last question, my last question, I think you already answered about the price that you offered for the property. You said it was 4.5?
4.55, yes, sir.
Have you had a different amount in there for them, or did you have 4.5? Or is there a difference in the price that,
Chair,
That's where,
the initial offer was 3.78 million for
okay,
Kinko.
so was that
That was not our offer, no.
that was not your offer?
That was Forest Development's offer, yes, sir.
It was 4.
go ahead.
We have it here as 3.78 million. We can go back, but that's what we have.
Okay, I'd be happy
I just,
to.
excuse me, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we have accurate information.
Right.
They're saying they proposed 4.5, and I'm just curious how the numbers are not matching.
So, like I said, our records are showing 3.78. We'll go dig deeper, but we'll look into those right now.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, that's all I have.
Okay. Any other questions for Kinko Communities?
I'm sorry, say again, please.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, she's asking the board.
We could come back to that.
Yeah, we don't have to wait on
Yeah,
that.
thank you so much, sir, for your presentation.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell me if you are, I mean, the development industry is, ups and downs. Right now we're in up, but anything can go down. Are you willing to submit a performance bond naming the city as an additional insured to make sure this project gets developed?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we have the next presenter, please?
Next presenter is coming out. They're Cold Town Properties.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
While we're waiting on them to come in, the question that was asked in reference to the offer amounts, there seems to be a difference in what they're saying they offered and what, I'm looking for the proposals. Do we have the proposals that were submitted?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
the proposal's on the CRA webpage under projects within 1851. You will find all the proposals on the right-hand bottom side.
Yes, sir. Introduce yourself and your company, and you can get started.
My name is Stephen Newman. I represent Cold Town Properties.
Okay. Can you get started?
Mike Lagurvich for National with Cold Town.
Good evening. Dwayne Randolph, Randolph Construction Group.
Ann McNeil, MCO Construction. Thank you.
How does
There's a, yeah.
I press this button
Yes.
to keep the slides going?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I just want to begin by thanking the CRA and the mayor for allowing us to present tonight. We're very excited about this project. Just to begin, you'll see throughout this project different renderings of what our architect has envisioned for this property, and we hope you appreciate them. Obviously, this is all a work in process, but these are just aspirational renderings that we hope we can build in Riviera Beach at 1851 Broadway. Our vision is to build an amazing transformative project in Riviera Beach. You know what, in my old age, it's hard to read what's up there, so I'm gonna open up my slides here. The proposed development is going to be one that emphasizes quality, modern design, and luxury level amenities. We anticipate building roughly 450 residential units of varying sizes, including 1s, 2s, and 3 bedrooms for even 3 bedrooms for families. We envision including modern designs and with eco-friendly materials, enhanced energy efficiency standards, and luxury level amenities such as a pool, fitness center, residence lounge, pet amenities, children's play area, and co-working lounge, along with green areas for people to spend their time away from work. The ground floor, we anticipate having public retail establishments along the Broadway streetscape, and we anticipate ample residential and potentially even public parking. As we get into the design, we'll have a better idea of how much parking would fit on the space, but our desire would be to include some type of public parking. And we are offering the CRA office spaces as well as part of the streetscape, the streetscape commercial area. Colton Properties, which I founded about 20 years ago, is a multi-faceted real estate investment company. We own and manage over 5,000 units throughout the United States. Our base is in New York City, although we own in New York, New Jersey, Florida, Tennessee, and parts of the Midwest. Fur National is headed by Marko Grvic. It is a company that has been in Riviera Beach for several years doing development, and we've partnered with him to work on 1851 Broadway. With me as well is Dwayne Randolph from Randolph Construction and Ann McNeil from MCO Consulting. We've partnered with both of them as local South Florida Riviera Beach businesses to help us plan this development and kind of determine what would best suit the needs of the community. Key economics are we're offering a purchase price of $4.4 million split between a $4 million purchase price and $400,000 to the CRA for purposes of enhancing the Riviera Beach community. There's a down payment of $200,000 upon signing the contract and a closing timeline which would be within 6 months, hopefully sooner, following the successful rezoning. We are committed to local workforce hiring, and we are committed to making sure that much of the workforce hired for this project would be from Palm Beach County and specifically Riviera Beach. And that includes not just recruiting them, but potentially training them and employing Riviera Beach residents for site safety and construction labor jobs. We have a commitment to partner with local nonprofits to help ensure that we're able to attract the right workforce locally and enhance the employment opportunities for local Riviera Beach residents. And we're prepared to offer a robust training program to the extent necessary, including coursework with nationally accredited curricula in order to train people for these jobs. Economic benefits to Riviera Beach include roughly a $300 million investment, direct investment into Riviera Beach for the development of the project. We anticipate about 1,200 direct and indirect jobs created, and then we estimate between $1.75 and $2.5 million of ad valorem taxes to the city of Riviera Beach. We're also proposing a youth internship and mentorship program. This program would target youth residents from Riviera Beach, ages 15 to 22, to work in various industries associated with the project. So for example, we anticipate having architects, engineers, law firms, real estate developers, and government relations professionals that'll be working on this project. And one of the commitments that we're making is that all of those professional organizations would be required to offer internships to local Riviera Beach youth in order to teach them about these different professions and hopefully help them build a future where they could go on and develop these professions for themselves. We're also offering a local economic empowerment initiative where we're willing to set aside a minimum of 20% of the retail space on the streetscape of Broadway to local Riviera Beach-based businesses, and we would collaborate with community stakeholders and the CRA to identify and attract retail tenants that align with the community needs and preferences. And I just want to end by saying that, a lot of these ideas are born out of a very large project that we're currently were awarded in New York City with over 1,000 units in the Harlem section of New York City, where we worked with the mayor of the city as well as the city council.
Chair.
Excuse me, sir, that's time. The time was at the top, right? Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. Questions for Cold Town Properties?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Spears?
Are you city, state, county, federal financing for this project?
I'm sorry,
Are you looking for any subsidies from the city, the state, the federal government, county?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've asked all of the developers the same question that I'm about to ask you. When is the anticipated start and completion date if you were to be selected?
So we envision closing on the property within 6 months from the upzoning taking place. We anticipate the construction to take roughly 18 months, 18 to 24 months, I would say. It would be the period for which it would take to build the building, to complete the building.
Okay, so total about 3 years.
That's a fair estimate.
Okay, you mentioned that you weren't going to seek any subsidies. How will you be financing this project?
We have banking relationships, deep banking relationships. We have financed billions of dollars of loans in our career. We own and operate thousands of residential units, hundreds of properties. We're in the process currently of developing a 1,050 unit project in New York City, in the Harlem section of New York City, that will be a multi-$100 million development site. We're currently negotiating loans in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We don't envision an issue with a for-profit development that pencils out. We don't envision an issue being able to finance it.
Okay. Last question. You mentioned it, but I want to confirm what you said. How much did you offer to purchase the property?
Our current offer is $4.4 million, made up of a $4 million purchase price and a $400,000 commitment to the CRA for community benefits.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, you want to go first? Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
In looking at the previous scoring, your proposal was 200 to 300 points from like the top three. What were some of the challenges in your proposal?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I can. In the rankings, looking at the point system, your project, your proposal was about 200 points from the top three. So what were some of the challenges in your proposal?
Well, I think that, I'll be honest, I only learned about this opportunity shortly before the RFP was due. So it's possible that I didn't have the runway to fully develop some of the ideas that I have since been able to develop and started to present to you in today's presentation. So I think a lot of perhaps what was lacking in my initial proposal, hopefully, although I didn't see everyone else's presentation tonight, but hopefully I've made up for with tonight's presentation. And I'd also like to add to something that was just asked to me about my purchase price. My purchase price was $4.4 million. Now, I don't know what I'm allowed to do or not allowed to do, but I just would like to say that to the extent I am not the highest offer, I'm willing to not only match the highest offer, but I'm willing to increase my offer to be $100,000 more than the highest offer, just to show you my commitment to making sure that we can, be a front runner for getting this project.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Would you be willing to give us a performance bond naming this city as an additional insured?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
How many units did you say? this project will be?
We anticipate this project being 450 units. Of course, a lot of this is going to depend on further examination with our architects and working with community stakeholders and the CRA about what they want. It's entirely possible that the CRA says we want no studios and more two-bedrooms, and that might impact the unit count. But in a kind of typically sized building of this magnitude, we would anticipate 450 units approximately.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
You talked about 6 months of first permitting, 2 years construction. I see that you brought local contractors. We had a few other teams that came in with, well, one other team that came in with local contractors. And that's going to be big in regards to this project. What percentage of this project will be local and small business contractors that's going to develop this $350 million project?
Right, so I'd say it's a little bit too early in the process for me to give you a clear percentage. I don't know. I can only stand here and tell you that I have absolute commitment to using as much local workforce as is economically possible. I realize the importance of that for the community, and we stand committed to that. We're not coming here to project our vision to the community. We're here to listen and to take in what the community wants, to understand what's best for the community. And that's not just the project itself, but that also inures to how the project gets built and the people that build the project. And to the extent that there's an opportunity to bring local workforce to this project, we are committed to doing that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So would you have a goal that you'd like to set? Because I know you don't want to make it. Do you have a goal of one you'd like to set?
My goal?
Then I'll follow up then. So that's an arbitrary question. Are these contractors you brought to the table, are they contracted?
No,
Okay.
no. I've obviously begun working with Fern and.
Thank you.
and Dwayne
So our goal here in the city of Riviera Beach is not a goal, it's an expectation and a requirement. There's no longer any goals or what we'd like to see. We have expectations and requirements, especially if we're going to sell our land at $3, $4, $5 million, whatever that price point is. It's the last undeveloped land. So our goal and our requirements are going to be comparable to what we're doing on our standard. I see a young lady standing behind you that was just traveling to receive national awards and represented 30% small businesses, MBEs, Riviera Beach businesses, but then also had 45% local businesses. That's our expectation as this board stands with any project. So if we're going to sell it, that's going to be our expectation. So thank you for that higher offer. That's why I think my colleague did ask for additional presentations. So that's very impressive for us to see that we have an opportunity at having a higher offer at 4.6 million, which would be the highest offer now. And I think that you also talked about affordable units. What percentage of this units are going to be workforce or affordable?
So I think that it's also going to be part of our conversation with the CRA, but we envision a 25% affordability.
Excellent. Thank you. And Ms. Ann? Yes, ma'am.
If I may, I just want to respond to the question as a part of our team. Mr. Randolph and myself, our team is committed in working with Coltrane in terms of being the contractor, working with the current contractor we're working with on the fire stations. And we made that very clear to everybody else who asked us to participate, because we're all clear that the developer does not make the decision in terms of the execution of the goals, just so that we're all clear how that works. The contractor that's chosen by the developer is the firm for all of these projects that make and keep the commitment. Because once you award this contract to anybody sitting in this room, and that's anybody, it's not the developer you want to look at to deliver the community commitment and benefits to all of you. It is the contractor. So on behalf of this team, Mr. Randolph and myself and our partners are committed to exceed whatever expectation you have, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
Any other questions for Cold Town Properties? Thank you so much for your presentation, sir.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
To follow up on that question from the last presenters, Kinko,
Yes.
They are correct. Their initial offering price was $4.5 million. My
Madam Chair.
apologies.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So what was the issue? Because that's the second one. That was the issue with forest development, right?
Yes.
So how did we make that situation occur like that? If it's right there in the document.
Well, I acknowledge the error and I apologize for that. We do have a listing of within the LTB along with other documents, what the listing is and what specifically what their offer price has been.
Madam Chair? So was the scoring for these teams based upon an accurate offer? Was their score based upon their 4.5? Or was this based upon this estimated 3.8?
The scoring was based off of that offer price, the initial offer price that they submitted in their proposal.
Okay. So I guess to follow, but we didn't get an answer. What's the confusion? Why did we assume it was 3.8 versus the 4.5?
It's an error within staff, but it's more or less my fault. And it's my fault. And so with that being said,
okay, it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have another one more presentation, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we proceed with that?
Yes, hello. I'm sorry, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Oh, they're
Excellent.
virtual. Yes, go ahead, sir.
All right, so thank you very much for the opportunity to present. And before I get too many bless his hearts at the end of this, I'd like to give you a little bit of the history behind the unsolicited bid that we provided prior to the issuance of the RFP. And that's important because what we actually represent, what we actually want to build is a little bit different than what you've seen today. I understand the importance of maximizing the city's revenues from what goes into the last developable parcel in Riviera Beach, but I see a lot of proposals that really kind of intensify the gentrification that goes on with the development of many communities that have been historically challenged. It's not a compliment to say that Riviera Beach, through the work of the CRA, leads locally and nationally in the efforts to balance systemic injustice. It's just a statement of fact. And we feel that, we felt, frankly, before seeing the magnificent proposals that I just witnessed, and I apologize, I wasn't able to remove myself from the situation because otherwise I wouldn't have known when to step in to provide my presentation. We know that the city of Riviera Beach will continue with that. Thank you very much. Whoever's controlling the slides, you can just flip through them. All they are the images that we've had developed for this property. Cutler and Hearing did the work, and they also did the due diligence to find what was maximally be available for this property. And I'll explain physically what that is in just a second. What we propose is, and what we hope to find a location for somewhere in Riviera Beach, whether it's this site or somewhere else, is a community incubator. What we propose is to find a site that we can use to physically locate a place that provides 100% affordable and workforce housing for the residents, but also provide services that will allow people to lift themselves up and be able to find greater purchase in the society that we live. So physically, what we have here, what the proposal that you're seeing, is a mixed-use development that is 4 stories. It's 176,640 square feet, with 106 residential units split between 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom residences, and then 16,800 square feet of commercial space, which we anticipate having administrative offices in, maybe urgent care, workforce counseling, other counseling offices, community safety, child care, which is very important for people that are that are, trying to establish themselves on the socioeconomic ladder that we all enjoy or should have access to, I should say. A fitness center, a coffee shop. And we do feel that it would be a good fit for the area. Quite frankly, looking at the other proposals, I think that you have a difficult job in front of you trying to figure out who you're going to accept. I don't understand the scoring. I'm not going to pretend to, because I saw 4 excellent proposals. And I wish there were room for all of them. And my community incubator, the community incubator that we want to partner with the city of Riviera Beach. Please don't laugh when I tell you, again, you've got to remember this was an unsolicited proposal that we were developing before the RFP came out. We were hoping to partner with the city of Riviera Beach on this. And as a partner, we weren't offering any money. So we were the goose egg. It was zero. But the value of what we were proposing, we felt was going to be so important to the community that over the course of the many years that we all enjoy Riviera Beach, that we knew, we would be able to realize as something much greater than the simple, $3, $4, or $5 million that you might get. We did a regional impact marketing system, or RIMS 2, through U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, and we came up with initial impact of $102 million and a lot of jobs. And then each year, another $20 million impact to the community with this. And we also, we had a construction budget that we developed, rough order of magnitude, through RS Means. It was considerably less than the other proposals that you saw, but we are a far more modest project. And then that's really it. We want to bring solutions to the community. This was the physical tool that we were going to use to do it. You can see the rooftop garden as part of the public space that's mandated for the use of this space. And that's it. We like it. We appreciate the consideration. And we hope to be able to find some space in Riviera Beach, if not this space, some space to be able to bring this tool to the community, because we feel that it's important. You can have the rest of the time.
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. Are there any questions for this group for their presentation and their proposal?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what is your name, sir?
My name's Elliot Johnson. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself more properly. Elysium Land Development and Manor House Construction,
Okay.
local.
I've been asking all of the developers the same questions. I'm actually the same question that I've asked the others. When is the anticipated start date and completion date if you were selected?
So part of that depends on, we know that we already have maximized what's currently allowed there. So that's not the issue. The issue for us is the means of financing for this property. We have access to some federal behavioral health dollars that we're going to use as part of the stack. And we were also looking at LIHTC financing, the 9% LIHTC financing. And we wouldn't get that. I'm sure that some of you are familiar with LIHTC. We wouldn't, assuming that we're the successful awardees of this, it wouldn't be until next fall. So we're anticipating 18 months really before we could get shovels in the ground. We think that we'd be able to build it in 24 months. So we're looking at about 3.5 years.
Okay, thank you. And that's not out of line with some of the others as well. Let me just say that. A segue into what you just mentioned, finance. How would you finance the project? I know you alluded to you would have to search some resources out, but can you be more specific about how you plan to finance the project if you were to be selected?
Yeah, so LIHTC, low income housing tax credits, there are 7% deals and 9% deals. The 9% deals finance about 70% of the projects that use the 9% LIHTC, the low income housing tax credit deals. And then the other 30% is made up from other sources. We have a lot of that we feel we'll be able to source through the federal programs that we have access to for behavioral health dollars And the rest of it we'd have to put together. And we have access to it, we can do it. But really the key is the LIHTC deal. Without the LIHTC deal, our model doesn't work. And anybody who's familiar with that knows that this is a little bit of a roll of the dice, because those are competitive processes, and there's no guarantee that we would be selected the winner of that
Okay.
either.
Okay, thank you for that. The last question is, how much did you offer to pay for the property?
Exactly zero. That was, and I'm sorry that I didn't make that more clear, but
Zero.
we were looking to partner with the city of Riviera Beach, so you would be equity partners within this.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
so I would ask you the same question regarding your original scoring. It was probably 300 points less than the top three. What were the challenges with your proposal, the original proposal?
I don't know exactly how we related to the others, and not the only, my answer to that is, probably to use humor. I'd have to ask my wife how much lower I scored than the other guys she was dating when I proposed. I really don't know. I don't know how the scores were developed, so it's impossible for me to say exactly why we were so much lower. But I suspect that the challenges that we had with the fact that we, exactly as I just stated, we were using LIHTC money, which is not guaranteed, and I would suspect that the fact that we were proposing 106 units, which is half of the next lowest, proposed number of residential units that you have. Really, you have four fantastic proposals, so it's difficult for me to say why we didn't stack up.
No problem. I was just basing it on the results that you got. So what, after you reviewed it, what did you see? But no problem. I got your answer. Thank you.
Yes, we're different products. We really are a community incubator. What we want to do is bring tools to the community. We're not a market rate development.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. Johnson, is your project dependent upon low-income tax credits?
It would be. It would be. And yes, it would be. I know you don't have time for this, but I'm speaking to you from North Augusta, Georgia, which is, or North Augusta, South Carolina, Commissioner. South Carolina is the state in which Robert's Rules of Order were penned, and
Okay,
I'm sure I
second
scratch
question,
around and
Chair.
find an old copy somewhere.
Chair, follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, are you looking for any tax deductions, real estate tax deductions?
We haven't gotten deeply enough into it for me to honestly be able to answer the question. I think that there are probably some that we would want to take advantage of, and I'm sure that would probably also affect our score.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, very good. Are there any questions for Mr. Johnson? Thank you, sir, for your presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mercius.
Chair, thank you. At this time, I would like to bring up our Director of Procurement, Latanya Amons, to discuss the evaluation process and how we came about our decision for that recommendation.
Okay, very good.
Hello, good evening. For the record, my name is Latanya Ammons, and I'm the Director of Procurement for the city and CRA. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you all for presenting tonight, and I just want to just bring a couple of things to close before the board makes a decision. This particular solicitation, while different, was publicly posted in the paper, and the evaluation criteria was clearly outlined. And so if you can go to, I think it's the third slide, when there was just some talk about the evaluation and the scores, price was a portion of the evaluation. This wasn't a low bid project. We did a proposal format because we wanted to make sure that the CRA that the vendor address the issues that the CRA was interested in. That would be the purchase price, which was 15%, conceptual design 20, community benefits 20%, developer qualifications 20%, financial capacity 20, and the alignment with the CRA plan is 5. So it was a total proposal. The evaluation committee evaluated, and thus we have the rankings that we discussed at the last meeting, where forest development was ranked the highest in the scoring, Frontier and Gideon second, Kenco third, Colton Properties fourth, and Ellison Development was 5. So we had an evaluation committee meet. They read, scored based upon the printed material. That's what they go by, not verbal, not I wish they could have, not based upon what they've done in the past. But I always encourage proposers to put your best foot forward so those people can evaluate what was on paper. Secondly, I believe, respectfully, Dr. Spiritus has asked about a bond. A bond will be required from everyone. I mean, it's construction, so they're used to it. That would be a performance bond and a payment bond. They'll be required as a construction project. That's standard in the industry to make sure that the project will be completed timely.
Sure. I just want to qualify what I said. Yes, the developer will very often have a performance bond, but in this particular case, we're going to be selling the property. So I'm asking them to provide a performance bond, naming us as an additional insured, even though we're not a partner in the project.
Yes,
That's
thank
what
you,
I'm
sir.
asking, which is different.
Yes, and that will be part of the construction, the contract negotiation phase that will be required. So we're here now. All of the vendors have presented, and so it is at the mercy of the board to approve us to go into negotiations with a vendor of your choice. I'm just here to just remind the board that we did an entire evaluation of the proposals, and the evaluation committee did independently rank the vendors. And so it is what your wish to who we move forward with next.
I'm sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Was rubrics here given to the proposals prior to the initial?
In the posting in the newspaper, the actual qualifications, yes. The actual categories, yes.
So these categories were given, the actual weight though, was that given to the proposers?
Correct me if I'm wrong, not the actual weight, but the actual categories, yes, of what you all were looking for and what they would be judged on, yes.
And that weight, where did these weights get determined? Was it staff or who made these percentages, the requirements?
We did as a staff. We looked at, what was important, not important, but just staff.
Okay, hold on one second. And the reason I'm asking is because the weight is the lowest out of all the percentage of purchase price was the lowest, but this was a disposition of property.
That is correct.
So why would we take that as the lowest weighted amount if this is what we're actually being initially unsolicited proposal?
So if price was the leading factor, then we wouldn't have had a proposal. So in just kind of standard. So in a proposal, price is only a factor. So you have your different type of solicitations. You have an invitation to bid, invitation for a bid. Those are just price-based. You also have requests for quotes, which are price-based. We also have, and we've been here before, invitation to negotiate, which is where we kind of like qualify. And then we have the proposal. The proposal is the overall best value, not just price. So in some proposals, someone may have the highest price, but they have a better proposal to make sure that we've hit all of the other marks. So it's not just cheapest price or the best price or the most price. We want to look at the best value. And so that is why price is a factor.
So in the newspaper, it was posted as a proposal for this process, this property. And I think we kind of tainted the project a little bit with not giving them the percentage of the actual categories. Because if they would have had the percentages, they would have been weighted on based on the percentages prior to the proposals coming in.
So respectfully, there are two schools of thought on that one. Number one, when you tell everyone, oh, it's, 20, 30, 40, 50%, they put their best effort in those that have the more weight.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you don't, I need your best foot forward. So it depends on, but
Madam Chair, and I get it and I understand, but this, I don't play got you. I just want, this is partnerships. We have a $350 million project, and I don't want to just say, okay, put your best foot forward, got you, this is what we wanted, not what we wanted here. So I'd rather just let them know this is what we wanted, put your best foot forward, let's have a clear conversation, discussion as to what needs to be done, so everybody can just put their best foot forward. And some of them may have put their best foot forward based upon the perception versus what was actually just clearly outlined. So I would have just liked to see that in all solicitations moving forward, that the criteria is clearly articulated to whoever's responding to any bids.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I stepped out for a minute, and I'm sure you may have already addressed this. Was there any confusion with the evaluation committee on what the actual price was that was being offered?
No.
So
No
you
one,
got it.
you're right, no one questioned during the evaluation committee of what the actual price was.
Okay, no. What I'm saying is the developer said they offered one thing and staff indicated something else on the information they gave us. So my question is, did you use the accurate information in the proposal to determine the various score categories?
So I believe we did, and when I say believe we did, I mean, we could, if the board allows, we can take a 10-minute break to make sure that that price component was configured correctly in the calculations, since everything we do is in Excel.
Yeah.
If it was, I would respectfully ask for a 10-minute recess so we can just ensure. But at the time, we did look through the proposals. I believe that we did, but I want to be fair to everyone, and if we didn't make that adjustment.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Okay. I think it's very important because if it has an impact on the final scores, I don't want anybody to go after we make a decision and do some calculations and say that we based it on inaccurate information.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So I appreciate and respect that so that we can get all the clear information, but respectfully, this is staff's recommendation on a metrics that was weighted by their opinion and decisions. That's why I wanted to hear from all the teams. I wanted to see what the board had to hear, what these teams were going to present, looking at the entire proposal so that we as a board, we make the final decision. So they can let us know what they did, what they didn't do. And I respect their opinion as their ranking, but I think we look at the proposals, we make the decisions based on the presentations, and we as a board make the final decision is the first concern. The second thing is, Ms. Ammons, you talked about the marina. You talked about the criteria for this percentage not being outlined because you wanted them to put their best foot forward. But the marina solicitation, doesn't it have the percentage, the weighted percentages in it?
Yes, and I want to say that.
Well, hold on, before.
Yes.
Yes. So I think just kind of changing that process as well is a little confusing, especially to the development community. And I want to be clear, transparent, and consistent. If we have it on one, and it's two separate, different types of proposal, this is a proposal, so I get it that you did it a certain way because of your thought process and mindset. But this disposition of properties, I would expect it to be weighted a little higher if we're looking for a proposal to dispose of the property within our CRA, if that's the expectation or the pleasure of the board. I think the concern with staff is that this board has to clearly articulate to our staff, what do we want from them? Do we want a highest and best price? Do we want affordable housing? Do we want workforce? Do we want retail? What is it that we want? And that's what we'll be doing during our negotiations. Today, staff, we can take a 10-minute recess. I don't think it's necessary. I say we look at the proposals, we make a decision as a board, and we put a motion to move forward. We begin negotiations, and we come back with the team.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I respectfully disagree with the mayor. Everybody know I move on data, documents, and evidence, and I want to make sure that what we have is accurate. That is to cover us. Some it may or may not impact the final score. I want accurate data. And I don't think that's asking too much for us to base our decision on accurate data, and it may or may not change my mind.
I agree. We need a 10-minute recess because we need to get these. I'm having some heartburn because when we have these discussions about these proposals and then something goes wrong, then it makes us look like we didn't read it, or it makes us look like I don't like that. And we have this issue. This is not the first time. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess to be able to come back with this.
Chair, I have one more question.
Our CRA meeting of November the 12th, 2025 is back in session. Um, Two things. First, we're going to have, Ms. Ammons, you can have a seat for right now. First, we're going to have a question from Dr. Spears, and then we're going to do public comment. And then we'll come back to you.
Madam Chair, so we will have a chance to ask them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Spears.
My question is, when you do a bid, right, when you put out a bid, you put out specific plans and specifications, and you have to give the response to the highest responsible bidder, correct?
For I want to make sure I
For a
understand the
project
question.
like this, if it went out to bid,
Okay, so a hard
that's the
bid,
difference between an RFP and a bid, right?
yes, a bid is different from an RFP. And so, yes, with a hard bid or invitation to bid or invitation for bid, we award to the lowest responsive bidder. So you can't have someone who came in lower, but they would deem non-responsive. We can't award to them. We have to go to the next. So we do the lowest responsive bidder.
Unless you're selling property, then you do it to the highest responsible bidder.
We didn't structure this particular ask that was in the paper. It wasn't structured because if it was the highest bidder.
Chair, yeah, no, you're missing my point. My point is this was not a bid. That if it were a bid, you would have no choice but to give it to the highest responsible bidder if you're selling property or building or a project like this. This was not a bid. This was an RFP. So you don't have to take the price and make that the only factor that you take into consideration. That's why we have many different areas that get rated on different levels. That's what your team did, is they evaluated everything based on the entire proposal, not on any one portion of the proposal.
That's correct, sir.
Right. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We can have a seat. We're going to go ahead and do public comment now because we have to do that by 7:30 and we're at 8:30. So let's do public comment now. Go ahead, get started. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to read my statement. 7:30 p.m. non-agenda items, speakers. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the City Council or the CRA, which in that event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded the CRA Board of Commissioners has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted right here. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the commission chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Madam Chair, we have one public comment card. Chandra Stringer.
Good evening. Happy Wednesday. Chandra Stringer, 2230 Avenue H West. First of all, to the mayor and executive director and council or commissioners in the other space. I just had a few quick questions. One, there was a Florida CRA or residential conference, and I have not heard any feedback as to the information that was covered, what is happening on the national level or state level, and how does that impact the city as a whole? Are we in alignment with what's happening on the national level? And then the other thing is we have so many great, wonderful, beneficial, profitable, fruitful things going on in this city as it relates to the CRA. How are we communicating that with the residents? The city has done an amazing job making sure that the information is getting on the social media platforms, but there are many people don't know about the groundbreaking. They know about it when they see the photos. And I would hope that we would want the community more engaged and being more participatory in these events, that we're getting those announcements and those kind of things out as well. And the last thing is, whenever we get to the point that we're able to even start having some community tours where individuals don't see the progress as something that they cannot participate in, but they'll know what's happening in and around the community. So they can be proud, not only proud of it, but participate and benefit from it as well, not just the inner core people that you normally see on a day-to-day basis. So that's my comments and questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, we do have one more comment card, Nikisha Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Zier. It's Nakasha Wells. Madam Chair, and the balance of the board, I just wanted to say, Councilman Guyton, I have to applaud your efforts this evening. Back in the spring of this year, you were the champion for extending the time frame to allow CRA staff an opportunity to expand the nationwide search and exposure for this particular project, and your efforts worked. You've brought the best to the city in these 5 firms that have been presented before you tonight. I think you all have heard you've received the highest and best offer of $4.65 million tonight, and that was had to be the intent of exposing this to additional firms. And even though the previous discussion, even though it was only afforded 15% of the selection committee's criteria, price has to be one of your most important considerations. Obviously, in addition to community benefits, affordable housing, local and minority participation, all of those components are there from your highest and best offer. The original unsolicited proposal was for $3.78 million. That was from Forest Development. I know there's been a little bit of confusion about that tonight, but that was from Forest. And I will say, Councilman Guyton, with the highest bid, you have brought a premier developer to this city and an additional $870,000 between the original unsolicited price and the highest offer that was submitted this evening. Those efforts can't be minimized for sure. Additionally, I don't know how much time I have left. They're not keeping time. I'm sorry.
Oh, she is on her phone.
One, okay. So I wanted to say also, Commissioner Miller Anderson, you have, through your efforts, created the Riviera Beach Youth Council. Coal Town has made a commitment to actually offering internship opportunities to the members of that Riviera Beach Youth Council in not just in construction, but in some of the more professional designations like legal and architecture and the design components of the project. And Chair Lanier, you've made your commitment to local and minority participation extremely clear. You were one of the contingent that went to Las Vegas to be celebrated nationally for this city's commitment to minority participation. So I think the front runner in this situation is very clear, especially with local firms that have already been retained by Coal Town with Ann McNeil Consulting and Randolph Construction Group. So I know you guys have a very important decision to make here tonight, but I think one of the firms has established themselves as a front runner. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, that is the end of comment cards.
Thank you. So you got your question out, right? But you had a question.
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Okay, go ahead.
So, where do I start? First, let me just go on record. I think Commissioner Spiritus had asked Director, about the last 2 people being added. And you mentioned that you had spoken to other commissioners, which is why they were added. I was not one of those. So, I just want to put that on record. I was unaware that we were adding more people to the agenda. So I didn't really get to review the proposals. So I just want to make sure I wasn't one of those people that was communicated with. The other thing you mentioned with this previous, I guess I'm a little concerned. So we're going to make this decision based on oral presentations versus the process that was in place where points were awarded. I'm unsure on what we're planning to do because I feel like the the heavy lifting was with the proposals that was presented to a committee that read, reviewed, scored, and gave people a ranking. And that's why we do RFPs, if I'm not mistaken. So today I thought we were just getting presented, getting to see what, the top three, were going to do. And that was one of the things I requested, mainly just because I wanted to see. It wasn't so that I can go and, rescore or redo the process based on what people are saying now. Because I'm curious. I mean, we have some people. I think the young lady just got up and said Miss McAnn was, she's a local contractor. I get that. Was she on the original proposal? Was her name? Was the company on the original proposal? So I feel like people had a chance to make adjustments, and that's not what I thought this was about. I thought it was about presenting the proposals that were already reviewed and scored by the committee. I have a problem with this process because we always seem to change it. And are we changing it to, because certain people want the process change or want certain people to be considered? That's not right. And I just want to go on record as saying that.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, first and foremost, at our briefing last week, we discussed what the parameters would be for each of the developers to be heard. During that discussion, we also talked about an LTB, a letter to board that was written on October 22nd,
Saw it.
discussing about an error that was made based upon a question that was asked. And the question that was asked to me was, who was the highest bidder? In error, I stated the developer's name. Now, I took with foresight, because the original direction last month was to bring back the top three developers. Because of the error that I stated on the record, I wanted to make sure that we were as fully prepared as possible and that the decision that was made to bring in the top three was made, if it was made to bring in the top three, the question that was asked who was the top bidder, wanted to make sure that 4 and 5 were there as well, because developer 4 was one of the highest bidders. So I wanted to make sure that we had all 5 present, with the question being asked, would the board entertain not only the top 3, but developer 4 and 5? This is a discussion that I had with each of the board members. Now, if I didn't have that discussion with you, Commissioner, my apologies.
Okay, I appreciate that.
My apologies. But an error was made. I acknowledge the error, and not only in public and on record, but in writing. And I also acknowledge the error that I made today. It was a staff error, but it was also my error. We should be more prepared, and we will be more prepared next time. With that being said, I look to move forward. But again, we will definitely handle the error.
Chair?
Okay, Dr.
Chair?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chair?
Yes.
Well, 2 questions. My colleague said that she had no idea the other group was going to be here, the other 2 development teams. I had no idea the other 2 development teams were going to be here tonight. And I would have liked to have had the opportunity to do some background research, which I did not have the opportunity to do before this meeting. Second, I'd like to ask, I assume that you do have the opportunity, because based on this resolution, you can still negotiate with whoever we choose to go with, based on your own recommendations and your own staff recommendations, your professional staff, their recommendations to this board. Uh, you can go back to that person and you can ask for more money, can't you?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
this is correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And to that same point, that is why it's very important to kind of piggyback on some of the comments that we listen to all the proposals because we have an opportunity to negotiate and see what other teams are offering. That's one. Our code doesn't say that we're required or restricted to use staff's recommendation. It is a recommendation, not binding. But all the teams were qualified based upon what I saw. So we have the ability to select out of all 5 teams. And we also have the ability to negotiate with the teams. So we have a clear win when it comes to making sure that we get maximum value for our land, making sure we know what to direct staff to negotiate and what terms to look like, and maximize on this land right now. So I think we have that opportunity with the highest bids, who's going to negotiate those highest bids, and we can go forward with that selection process.
Let me ask a question. Reviewing the 5 proposals tonight, what does the process look like if we wanted to negotiate with 2 of them? What does that look like?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
so there's a resolution to be decided tonight, and the resolution was based on the criteria and the selections committee's selection. And so we did the resolution for forest development because that's the team that the selection committee chose. So tonight, what you would do, you would entertain a motion to pass this resolution. If that resolution doesn't pass, so if someone made a motion and you vote on it, and you can't pass this resolution to start negotiations with forest development, then we would be in a situation where you could entertain another motion to start negotiations with another group. But right now, before you tonight is a resolution based on the criteria, based on the selection committee's selection. And the selection committee, as Mr. Emmons has said, met, went through all the criteria and came up with forest development.
No, I'm asking a hypothetical question.
Yes, ma'am.
How does that work? The question is, if we like 2 of them, how would we move forward with that? How does that work? This is a hypothetical question.
Yes, ma'am. You would choose one to start negotiations with, and then if that negotiations doesn't go the way that you want, you're not choosing that it's a done deal. You're starting negotiations. You're giving the executive director the ability to begin negotiations with one. And if that doesn't go, if he comes back and says, upon our negotiations, we've come up with this purchase price, this start date, and these are all the things you care about. If you're not satisfied with that, then you can authorize him to start negotiations with someone else. So it's not a done deal. It's just beginning of negotiations tonight.
So it wouldn't be a simultaneous negotiation? It would just be one then the other? It wouldn't be negotiating with both? That's the question I'm getting to. I'm trying to figure out how does that work, because if we have a situation where we like 2 of the developers, because it's very hard to pick out of 5, but hypothetically, if we said that we want to go forward with 2, will we negotiate with them simultaneously? Is that how it works?
Chair,
Tell me.
if I may respectfully, number one, I wanted to answer the question as far as the research for the price and the points. I'm going back to data, documents, and evidence. And the original proposal, it was 4.55. So we apologize if there was any other, if we misspoke about 3.7, but we looked at, I have here the original proposal, and he's correct, the dollar amount was offered 4.55, and we did use that as far as the ranking. So I want to clarify that. That's number one. Number two, as far as negotiations, for a proposal, the concept is general procurement practices outlined by the NIGP is you negotiate with the highest ranked. They won by ranking for the proposal. If you cannot come to a agreed upon contract, or if, there are lots of different factors, but if you can't come Then you move to the second range. If the first one says, no, I don't want to, if the first one wants to negotiate something that is different than what they put in the proposal, then you understand, you move to the second one. But
I hear what
but an invitation. So when we can negotiate simultaneously is when we have an invitation to negotiate. That's for like the other project. But for this one, it was a proposal, and we enter into a contract with the highest ranked bidder.
And I think that this is where I'm getting kind of mixed up because we've never done a disposition of property like this.
Okay.
It has been the developer, not developer, but we put it on the market, it sold, and we were told the price that we sold it for. We've never partnered it with the proposal, so that's what's throwing me off here. And I'm saying I'm looking at 5 different proposals, and if I wanted to negotiate with both of them, 2, 3, whomever, I should have the right to do that, to be able to negotiate like that. I'm just saying, this is hypothetical now because I'm trying to figure out the difference. Well, it is a difference between a disposition of property because what we're doing is saying we're going to sell this property. Now you tell me what you're going to do with it.
Okay. And from a council perspective, if price then is the main factor, then do we go back and just say, let's just look at the price only? And that's based upon submitted, not changes here tonight, but what was submitted. And then you have your ranking, there. But again, I want to cautious us because then I need to go back and read what we put in the paper. If we put in the paper that it was based upon everything, and we have to move that way versus just a sale.
Right. And that is where I'm getting hung up at because this is a sale. This was originally not to go out as what would you do with this property. It was to go out, how much could you give me for this property? That was how we were going. And to councilperson Davis Panier's point, I have been a stickler for this.
Yes.
That if you come in the door and you are ranked number 1, why are we going through all of these issues? I have been a stickler for that. But what is throwing me off on this particular project is because of the disposition piece to it and the difference of, are we looking at what we're going to get for the property? Or are we looking at a proposal? Because those are 2 separate things, because the name of it is disposition of property, which means that if we sell it to them, they do what they want to with it. But we're saying, okay, listen, we sell it to you, you tell us what you're going to do with it. I get that, but because it is originally, who gonna give me the most money for this? And that's where I think I'm getting hung up.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair?
Yes, hold on a second. I'm trying to finish my thought because this is really kind of throwing me off because of the fact that we're talking about selling a piece of property and then we're on the back end, we're trying to say, tell us what you're going to do with it. And that is not how this is rolling out for me. And as I said before, when it comes to awarding a bid, that is what we do. We don't backtrack, we don't go to somebody else, but this right here is really throwing me off because of the fact that we are asked to decide on a disposition of property. That is it. So that is where I'm getting hung up at. But Mr. Russius, you had something to tell me? No, okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
One of the things that happens when we're dealing with public property, we try to ensure if we're selling property, it's going to be something in our interest. So this is like a condition of sale. We're going to sell you the property, and we want to see what the proposal is that you're going to do with it, because it's public property. They can agree or not agree, but once we enter that agreement, they're going to have to do what we have agreed that they were going to do.
Right.
So, and I understand your confusion, but this is just a condition of sale. If you're not doing what we want you to do with it, or something that would be conducive, that improves our community, we don't have to sell it. So if you want to buy this property, you give us some proposals.
Right. I get that part.
Yeah. So I'm ready to put a motion on the floor. I'm not sure about others. If y'all ready to
Chair, I
Do
still
y'all
have a
need some
question.
more comments?
We have another comment. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the principles and practices of the procurement industry are that when you have a professional committee make a recommendation to negotiate, you negotiate with that committee, with that developer or the person who won whatever the RFP was. And if you're not satisfied with the negotiations, then you would go to the next highest person, correct? Is that what the standard is in the industry?
Yes, sir, for proposals. In the years that I've been a procurement professional, we've presented the ranking. I've never not had any entity not vote for the number one person. And there have been a few instances where the number one, wanted to change things up, wanted to change the scope, wanted to do, things that they didn't submit in the solicitation, and we couldn't reach a agreement. I think if you all follow me, I'm a stickler. If the solicitation says this and you say you're going to do it, we put it in the contract. And so when we didn't reach those negotiations, because they wanted to change it and not because of conditions, outside. And then we moved to the second one. But yes, sir, for proposals, you negotiate in the industry with the highest ranked, and then you move on from there.
And Chair, follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
So that means that, of course, I just want to state this again. I know you already answered it, but during negotiations, you can increase the price. You can make that one of your factors in finalizing the negotiations. And if you don't come to a price that you're satisfied with, you can go to the next person.
Yes, price or any other factors in the contract, yes.
Thank you. You answered my question.
So you're telling me that there is no way that you do it simultaneously. You would have to do one then the other. That's the only, I'm trying to get straight here.
Industry-wide, typically, no. We do not, we negotiate with the highest ranked.
Right.
Yes, we negotiate with the highest rank.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
and this land disposition was a part of the request for proposal, right?
Well, that's the way it was structured, and we talked about this a lot. Paper, a full blown. I mean, but this was the decision that staff made as far as posting it in the paper. But I understand too that posted in the paper is a public form of solicitation as well. It didn't have to go on, Demand Star, BidNet, or any other e-procurement platform, but it's treated the same. And we put the conditions and the qualifications in the posting. When we extended it, as stated earlier, we extended it, we posted it, we put it out across the nation. So it is a solicitation. We just happen to just post it in paper for this one, because it was a little different. As discussed earlier, it was a disposition of property.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the professional staff's opinion and their recommendation of going with the highest ranked, which is forest development, for negotiations for this project.
Just a second.
I did.
Okay, very good. Any question in regards to the motion in the second? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
No.
That motion passes 3-2 with Vice Chair Miller Anderson and Chair Lanier dissenting.
Let's go to our next item.
Resolution number 2025-29, authorizing the executive director to negotiate the final lease terms and to execute a new lease agreement between the agency and Rafiki Tiki LLC, DBA Rafiki Tiki Restaurant, Bar, and Grill for the premises located at 180 East 13th Street, Revere Beach, Florida, further located at the Revere Beach Marina. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Madam Chair, we have one comment card.
So move.
Chair.
Yes.
So this item was brought before us a few months ago, Rafiki Tiki, and this lease agreement came upon us to discuss the term sheet specifically and to come back with some type of agreement for clawback provisions. So we have added clawback provisions. We have reviewed those clawback provisions with each of the board members and the restaurant owner, Dimitri Salom. The clawback provisions specifically state that if a developer does move forward and look to move away from the restaurant itself, all of his construction investments beginning October 1, 2025, will be reimbursed back to him with a review through a third-party audit and the approval of the board. It also states in that clawback provision that if he decides, or if, excuse me, the developer and the CRA decides to build a relationship with the restaurant, that Dimitri will have a space within that new development space.
Okay. Any questions about this item? I have several. You know my disagreement with this item, and it's because of the fact that the business has been there for 10 years. It has never gone out to bid. Their contract is not even up until next year this time, to December of 2026. And we're trying to move forward so quickly with a new agreement. I don't know why. And number two, we have an RFP out on the street for this site. And I've made this statement numerous times. If the new developer wants to raise this, tear it all down and start from the beginning, then how are we going to do that with the person sitting here? Now, with that being said, I always like to have public competition. We just did this. There was a unsolicited proposal. We went back out twice, got 5 people. We chose one. We've never did this with this piece of property. This is prime waterfront property right here. And there are businesses in this city that could benefit from this, but to just give it again, and I say give, because the terms are very, very favorable. For 10 years, this business has made money here at the city, at the CRA. And there's been no competition. And I don't think that's fair to the businesses that's in this city, that we have to just give, just on the sake of saying that they've been here 10 years, to give them another contract. I think it should be competitive. And I don't think we should be making that decision so quickly, given that we have a whole year to decide that. And given the fact, which is the most important one, the fact that we haven't even seen the proposals that are going to come out for this site. We have no idea what they're going to do with this site. They have not even been received. So why we make a decision for 5 years? When is the RFP coming back for the marina?
The marina RFP, the window for that solicitation ends November 17th.
That's next week.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're making a decision tonight for 5 years. That's not acceptable for me, because we have a situation here where we can make this competitive. We can talk to the new developers. There's a whole plethora of things that we can do with this site. But to make a decision tonight for 5 years is just ridiculous to me, given the fact that there's been no competition for that site. That is a prime location here at this marina. When I say prime, I mean prime. It faces the water. Nobody has been able to compete for that spot. We had one unsolicited proposal and sent it out, and we got 5, and all 5 were good. So, but we're going to sit here and have a whole year left on the contract and make a 5-year decision, and we got proposals coming in next week for the marina. So I'm not. That's the problem I have with this. There is no competition, and I don't see what the rush is, given the fact that proposal would be out next week.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I do understand your concern. I have a different perspective, though. Location does not determine success. Service determines success. If you're not running a good business, people don't care where it is. If you're not getting good service and the food is not good and the entertainment is not good, it can be in the middle of the ocean on the island. The point I'm making is that he has run a successful business. And if it were not successful, it would reflect the city and the marina because it's on public property. They would say, that restaurant down there at the marina where the city owns, I'm not going there. He has put in the work, and as a result, he's made money. This is a capitalistic society. He took the risk. He's been doing a good job on it. And what he has is repeat customers. That's when you know you got a good business. They're coming back. My position is, if it's not broken, don't fix it. If we were having problems, I would have a different position. We're not having problems. As a matter of fact, I have not heard any bad reviews. And I'm around the city all the time. Not that he doesn't make mistakes, not that he won't, but I'm saying as we sit here now, it isn't because the location, it is because of the way he run his business. And that make me very comfortable to do 5 or 10. I want somebody on public property that's running a good business that have return customers. And that's what we have now. When we start messing with it and we want to go out and let's try this one, I'm not willing to take that risk because I'm seeing a successful business and I don't see any reason why we should take it from him right now. That's my position.
Let me be clear about what I said. I'm not disparaging the gentleman's business at all. Not at all. This is not a disparagement to him or his business. This is about, as you say, Councilman Guyton, healthy competition. This is about somebody else getting the same opportunity. I mean, it is just about the same thing that we have said up here before. We want competition. We want somebody else. And if he beats them out, then that's what it is. But we do owe the residents of this city to have a healthy competition for that spot because it is a prime spot. And you're saying that it's because the business is not bad. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that we need healthy competition. And what is the rush with the lease up 2026 of December? And we got proposals for this whole site coming in next week. So I just think that it is, putting the cart before the horse. We are sitting here making a decision about something that is not even up until December 2026, and we got proposals coming in next week. It just seems kind of backwards to me.
Sure.
And again, I'm not disparaging the gentleman's business at all or him at all.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And I agree. I want us to definitely have healthy competition, but I also believe that space has been vacant for a number of years. It's still got dirt inside the marina, and we're losing revenue. If we have a capable, willing partner, I say we build it out. We start generating some revenue for the space. This marina project hopefully will come with some good proposal solicitations, and we're not going to allow for anything to be delayed. But realistically, for the building to be demoed or for us to change or for a new operator, it's still going to be a few years. So we can actually create a restaurant space within hopefully a 4 to 6 month period that'll be on this side of the bridge. That'll be a sit-down eatery, and we don't actually have any full-scale sit-down eateries right now with a partner that's been vested for about 10 years. So I do support this process. So I want us to get something done as quickly as possible. And I believe Director Mercius has negotiated terms into the contract with exit clauses on behalf of the city. and also the restaurateur to protect both entities. So it gives us the coverage and the leverage. I just don't want to wait anymore. We brought the item before based upon us having a solicitation, and the delays caused for us not to be able to move forward because we had a solicitation in place. But right now, I think even with the solicitation, we want to be as aggressive as possible. And I do agree with you. We want healthy competition. That's why we were able to negotiate tonight with maximum dollars. So, but ultimately, we have somebody ready and willing at the table with the dollars to invest and get this done immediately. And I just had a few questions for staff as well, but I'll allow for some more questions from the board.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I agree with the mayor, and I agree with my colleague, Councilman Guyton. This gentleman has been here for a number of years. He made it through the pandemic. He hires local people. He works the restaurant himself. He's a local business person. He's turned this into a destination point. People come from all over Palm Beach County to come and eat at this restaurant and enjoy their day. The reason that we have to do this now, I know that that's what your question is, why are we rushing this, is because we are going to be opening up and making a decision on developers on the marina project. This will give us an incentive, it will give the developers an incentive to work with our local business person and work a deal so that we can help keep him on this site somewhere. Maybe not in the same location, maybe a different location. Might be the same location, but at least they're going to have to deal with the local person who's been here through the bad times, not through the good times. I mean, it'll be real easy once you have 2 hotels there to open up a restaurant and to bring in major national chains. But Dimitri's been here. He's part of the community. He's served this community. He's just been, really good for the community. It's just a great place for people to come from both sides of the bridge. People don't mind coming over the bridge, obviously, to go to this restaurant. We want to see more people come over the bridge. So I think we have very good clawbacks in here to ensure that he cannot stop the development or interfere with the development. But at the same time, we all know that it takes almost 2 to 3 years. You heard the dates today. This will probably take even a little bit longer to develop the marina project. We'll have a nice place to go while it's under construction and being developed on a larger scale. I have to support this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with my colleagues only because it is in talking with my peers, it is someplace that is welcoming for us to have at this point. We don't have too many options of places that we can go socialize, where we can invite our friends and peers to go and enjoy. So I would hate to, have this opportunity or have this location, not function. I know we have, the year to negotiate, but is it costing, Director, is it costing the city having Mr. Dimitri there? Is it costing us?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
there is no fiscal impact with this tied into this lease agreement.
Okay.
There's no what?
Fiscal impact. There's no cost to the CRA in regards to this fiscal impact. No. As a matter of fact, Dimitri, he provides, or he is allotted common area maintenance fee that he provides to us on a monthly basis. Not provide, excuse me, but sends to us on a monthly basis, tied into his rent agreement as well. And that will be the continuation if this agreement is approved today.
Okay, Madam Chair. And so for the next 5 years, it's the same thing. We're not putting in any money. We're not standing to lose any.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
No.
All right, thank you.
No, that's really not necessarily true. My question too is that we have listed in the contract 3 5-year renewal options. That's up to almost 20 years. So what are we looking at here? If a developer comes in and say they want to raise this, what happens?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If a developer comes in and says that they would like to nullify that agreement and move forward with developing that space, we would look to then, the developer would make that confirmation with the board, and we would look to send Dimitri the specific paperwork, and he has now 30 days to gather his items and remove from that space. Now, in terms of his construction dollars that he has invested for that northern wing, um, we as a CRA would not be liable to that. That developer that is looking to develop and build would be liable for that space, but only through the CRA board's approval and a third party auditor.
Okay, so why are we renting this at below market rent?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Below market rent, that's the price that was agreed upon. We can raise that price. We can,
Still below market rent. That is at the water, and it's below the market. And we asked before, could you go around to different CRAs, different cities, and see what a property like this is worth in terms of rent? And we come back with below market rent. That's a problem.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
We'll look to go ahead and conform to that and make sure that it's above market rent or at that market rate.
At least.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I might add, that's an interesting question that you said, but you know, when we build shopping centers, for example, the supermarkets are the draw. They're the mainstay. They pay the least amount of rent per square foot in the shopping center because they're the draw for everybody else around it. So when we hold events, it could be any event that you hold at the marina or even here, that is a draw. So that's a service being provided. So you usually charge them less rent than what everyone else in the area would be paying, and that would be the market rate. But that's not unusual in a situation like this. That can happen. Happens often.
Yeah, I understand, but the thing about it is that is for a grocery store or a nonprofit. This is a for-profit business.
Yeah, but he's the draw for the area. He's the mainstay here. That's always here. That brings people here.
I mean, that's all we got. So I mean, I just have an issue with it being such a favorable deal for the last 10 years. Nothing is changing basically, and there is no competition there. That's all I got to say.
Madam Chair, so if you're looking for a different rate, I mean, if we approve it tonight, is that something that you can go back to Dimitri with, or what's
Chair?
that?
Go ahead.
Yes, that was something that I would look to discuss with Dimitri is what that rate would look like. And I would be open to the board and what their consideration would be for that market rate and what that would look like as well.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So why don't we just have an appraisal done, by an MAI appraiser or similar appraiser on what the market rate would be and leave it up to staff to come up with something within that range.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
That's the will of the board. I will do that.
I mean, that's only fair.
So, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So the resolution then will be amended to include that?
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The resolution calls for the executive director to negotiate final lease terms. So it's part of its negotiation. He's gotten direction from the board tonight as part of that final negotiation.
So we'll see this again?
Excuse me?
We'll see this again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He has to negotiate, you're authorizing him tonight, if this resolution passed, for him to negotiate and finish a lease term, you'll see a full lease coming back to you.
Chair?
Yes.
So, legal counsel, Chris, do we have to do that? Can we just authorize the chair, the executive director of the CRA to come up with a number within a certain parameter of the appraised price? Approve the resolution subject to the executive director and his staff accepting the appraised price and the leasee as well.
So, Madam Chair, so you're looking to abdicate the board's role in approving a final lease. What your suggestion tonight is passing a resolution to have him negotiate a final lease, and then you want to abdicate the board's role and just allow the chair to sign whatever lease he negotiates.
Chair? No, Chair?
Go ahead,
Yeah, so I'm not saying abdicate the entire lease agreement. We've already done that, and we're approving the lease agreement as it is. We're just leaving it up to staff to negotiate the final rental price based on an independent appraisal.
That is what we're looking. That's the very least that we can do.
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, that's what this resolution does. That's implicit in this resolution. You're saying for him to negotiate it, and so he's gotten direction from you, and that's implicit in this resolution right now. So he will negotiate it, and now he's just gotten direction to work on the price, and so you will see a final lease. But I just want to be clear that a final lease will come back before this board.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so I'm a little confused. I thought that this was the final lease that we were approving tonight, and that all I'm asking is that we just add one clause in there, leaving it up to staff to come up with the final number based on an independent appraisal.
If we're getting an appraisal and renegotiating the price, then I want to see that again.
There's no final lease in front of you. This is approving the term sheets and going ahead and saying, okay, the term sheets are good.
This is strictly the term sheet? Okay, so then,
Just the
okay.
term
Yes,
sheet,
sir.
I
yeah.
got it. So then, nothing else to discuss.
All right, very good. We
I think we had one public comment card. Did we have one?
oh yes, go ahead. Public comment. Thank you, Commissioner Guy.
Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I want to say, where else can we go and eat a decent meal? If you name one place in the city of Riviera Beach. Not only is he a very kind man, he's a man of hospitality. And when he first came here, I think it was during COVID, he had no business, but he stuck it out. The cold weather come, he has to stick it out because everybody don't come out and have dinner in cold weather. He stuck it out. You say that he has not given to the community. I don't know where you've been because he's given out turkeys and gas and food. He's one that don't really talk about it, but he does. And I think that's our makeup. We want to tear everybody down instead of saying thank you. Thank you, Demetrius. My family get off the boat or the plane to come here, we're going to Riki Tiki. That's their place. And I guarantee you, when I walk out of there, my bill is at least $168. I don't mind paying it. I don't mind paying it. They enjoy it. I don't go to Mulligan's. I don't go to Johnny Longboat with whatever happened over there. Those people don't treat us good like this man treat us. He rolls out the red carpet. I'm appalled. Sometimes I hate living in this city because I have to listen to something like that. We never say thank you. He deserves it. If nothing else, he deserves it. You should see him. The little children come in. He's forever trying to do something nice for the little children. Not only white children, black children also. He has no discrepancies, but yet we sit here and try to discriminate against him. All of a sudden, he's built this business up. It was nothing for those of us that was here, nothing. He built it up. And now you say, well, let me pat you on the head because there's other people that want to come here and they want to make money because you've already made money. I tell you, it's despicable to come here and listen to this stuff rather than say thank you. I walk through the door sometime. I say, thank you, Demetrius. Do you some water? Do you want? No. Oh, come back and have a drink. Who does that? You can't go to Red Lobster and get that type of treatment. Johnny Longboat, they shut down when they thought we were coming over there. But he opened the doors and he set it out for us. He makes us comfortable. Every time there's an election, he does what? He takes care of not only you, but everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I just want to preface again, I am not trying to disparage the Dimitri or that business at all. This is business. This is a prime location. for any business. I would like some healthy competition, but I would settle for market rate. I mean, they have below market rate for the last 10 years. At what point do we do business here? That's it for me.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to respond to the last speaker. I don't normally do this, but the Ocean Mall restaurants, Mulligan's is no longer there. There are new owners that'll be opening up that restaurant. Johnny Longboats has had a new owner for approximately a year now. I myself was disgusted at the way the people in Riviera Beach were treated that day, and I'm glad to see that we have new owners in almost every one of those restaurants. And I'm pretty sure, and I know these people, that they're going to treat everyone the same in Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
if I can, I'd like to add on that that any loss of business pertaining to Dimitri's Restaurant during the development process will not be liability to the city or the CRA, and that will be written within the development agreement as well.
Very good. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
No.
That motion passes 3 to 2 with Vice Chair Miller Anderson and Chair Lanier dissenting.
Next item.
Resolution number 2025-30, approving the development agreement between the City of Riviera Beach CRA, Exact Capital, Riviera Gateway LLC, and Riviera Beach Housing Authority for the development of property located at 2600 and 2601 Broadway. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Madam Chair, we have no comment cards.
Mr. Mercier?
Chair, thank you. As you remember, this item was brought to you before a few months ago. It was based off of the approval for a developer to build off of the 2600, 2601 space. We have been going back and forth more or less within discussions within the main points of topic between the conveyance, the timeline, along with the price. We have before you a document we believe is a strong document for the board, and we allow Exact Capital move forward to present that. And I have to field any questions as well.
Exact Capital? Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director. We're pleased to have worked with the CRA Director and staff over the past several months to finalize the language in the development agreement and to codify various provisions of importance to the City of Riviera Beach. I think all of you have received that development agreement, and so we're here, and I'm joined with our partners in the Housing Authority, as well as other local members of our team to answer any questions that you have for us.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I just want to, I believe I know the answer, but I'd like to hear it publicly, that you're going to include the turning lanes on Blue Heron and on Broadway, for both of these projects in order to get your site plan approval. You understand that, right?
Commissioner Spiritus, I think the short answer is yes, but it's really a Florida DOT determination.
Yeah, that's correct, but I'm pretty sure that they'll go along with it. I know that Mr. Guyton and I are very active on the TPA, which is now the MPO board, and I'm pretty sure that we can get the approval from DOT on this, and this is very, very important for the development of all of Broadway and Blue Heron.
Commissioner Spiritus, we agree.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you guys for executing, moving quickly, rapidly to get this done, and working with our housing authority. We're excited for this. One of the questions I have is the property management. Who is going to be handling the property management of these units?
That would be the housing authority.
Okay. I want to make sure that, and I want to keep that as long as possible for our residents, because when we approve these projects, we're getting calls consistently about the housing authority and support, whether we have ownership, oversight, or property management. So that is a great call. That's going to give a great avenue to be an advocate so that if there is a concern, it can be addressed from the community, from our commissioners, and from the board on the housing authority. So again, thank you, Mr. Jackson, your leadership, Mr. Hurt, and the entire team. Thank you, guys. And thank you
Thank
to
you,
Exec
Mr. Mayor.
Capital. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I know when we met some time ago, we talked about what would be going on both of the corners. So on the northwest side, is it still the senior development that you're talking about doing?
Commissioner, yes, it is.
But that wasn't what it was initially when we talked from the very beginning, right?
It always was conceived, and we've really.
But that wasn't what we talked about initially.
Well,
when
it
you
was
all
a
up here.
component of affordable housing. We just defined the population to be seniors, given the feedback that we've really garnered through directly from some of the experience the housing authority has had with oversubscription of units that are in demand. There's, I think, just a tremendous demand for affordable units. And this is really one of the last unique opportunities to make sure we service senior tenants.
Okay, thank you. But that wasn't what we talked about initially. And I did bring that up to you when I met with you some months back. Because that, to me, I was kind of caught off guard because that was not what we talked about when we were here before.
Commissioner, there was some evolution to the thought, but there was it was always going to be an affordable population.
Right. But that wasn't what we discussed. Thank you.
Right, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that being brought up. We do have a tremendous need for senior housing, affordable senior housing in this city. As we know, at Heron Estates, we have waiting lists. I'm sure at the other projects, senior projects, they have waiting lists. And I'm glad to see that you're going to be providing affordable housing for our seniors as part of this project, because I know that the main building is going to have workforce housing.
That is correct, Commissioner Spiritus. Thank you for the comment.
This is what affordable development is all about. Thank you so much for believing in our city. Thank you to the Housing Authority, Jeffrey Jackson, Mr. Hurt. You're just doing a wonderful job. Zach, thank you for coming here and believing in our city. Thank you to the staff, the CRA staff, for doing a wonderful job in putting this project out to bid and negotiating a very good contract for everybody in the city. Thank you.
Dr. Spiritus.
I had a question. So are there two different proposed schedules for these two separate projects? Because it seems like I see like one schedule or one timeline for this project, but these are two separate projects though. Am I correct?
Chair, there are two separate buildings. However, we're looking to expedite the development of both buildings simultaneously. We don't want to delay and stagger.
No, I understand, but we need two separate schedules because these are two separate properties and two separate projects themselves, and they need separate timelines unless you're building both of them at the same time.
That's what she's saying.
Is that what you're saying to me?
So the agreement has two separate schedules. There's a pre-development schedule and there's a construction schedule.
For each site?
Yes.
I didn't see that.
However, it's the same time frame. Basically, we have one site plan. We want to expedite development, and with the approvals, we would endeavor to build both projects simultaneously. We don't see any value in staggering these and doing them sequentially.
Right.
We want the impact to be driven as quickly as possible.
Right. For my comfort level, just have two separate schedules, because that gives me comfort in terms of how these things are going to progress, because you may have something on this side that may not happen on this side. And I just need to see two separate timelines because they're two separate buildings. Is that simple enough, right? You can get two separate timelines? Okay. She's nodding her head saying yes.
I'm sorry. I'm getting chatter in my back. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, that's all I needed to see. I wanted to be able to separate these two out because they are two separate projects. If I see two separate timelines, then I'll feel much better about how each is progressing.
Chair, I believe there are two separate schedules in the
Okay,
agreement.
well, I didn't see that, but
Yes, we understand.
Miss Hope can send that to me.
She will. Thank you, Chair.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just
Madam Chair.
about,
Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead, because I think you're going to ask it. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think you're going to ask it, Vic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councilwoman, Premier. Question, how you doing, my friend? Sorry. You have two projects that the chair just mentioned. One is the senior citizen workforce. Is it affordable housing part of that?
Commissioner Guyton, yes, there's affordable housing in both projects. One is dedicated to affordable housing strictly for seniors, which would be on the west side of the intersection. On the east side, there's a mixed income building with market rate and workforce housing units combined together.
Okay. On the west side, if I remember correctly, we are dedicating that property. We're not charging you for the property. Is that correct?
Commissioner Guyton, that project is effectively going to be owned by the housing authority. We're going to deed the land to them, and they will have permanent long-term ownership of the property.
That's the one on the
west side.
My question remains, we're not charging for the property, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. I know the housing authority is involved too, I understand that. And there are projects that they do pay for the property. I'm just saying that we're not charging you or the housing authority for it.
Yes, Commissioner, correct.
Okay, on the east side, how much are we receiving for that property?
Overall, Commissioner Guyton, there's $2 million in compensation with a $500,000 initial payment right up front. The $1.5 million is paid later in the deal, including a $250,000 contribution to North Tech to support vocational training.
Okay. And I also read that we won't be receiving any ad valorem taxes for 30 years. Is that correct?
What?
Commissioner Guyton, the way the negotiations have evolved is we've agreed to have a 50% taxation on the parcel on the east side for the first 5 years. And beginning in year 6, we will increase it 2.5% a year until it reaches full taxation. And that gives the project time to stabilize and to generate occupancy, other economic benefits while we are increasing the taxation paid to the CRA over time.
So we would get half of what we would normally get from our ad valorem taxes the first 5 years. And then the 6th year, there's a percentage that goes up that doesn't reach 100% until when?
It reaches 100% in roughly 20 years.
It says 30, but I'll check that.
Well,
it said
the math would be
the city shall grant 100% ad valorem tax exempt to the developer for a period of 30 years after closing on the Gateway West property. That's the property that for the senior citizen. And this is supposed to be a P3, right?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you just say the last thing one more time?
This is supposed, my question was, this is supposed to be a P3 public-private partnership.
That's right, Commissioner. It is a public-private partnership, and the reason for the accommodation.
Okay. What I'm trying to figure out, because you know we are stewards of the city's financing. Mm-hmm. People elected us to ensure that we handle the finances and property in a manner that would benefit our community. So I'm trying to make sense on the return to our residents. Cents, CENTS. What is our financial benefit? The residents.
So we look at the benefits very comprehensively. There's a confluence of benefits. We've partnered with a local institution, the Housing Authority, who's also participating in not only the West Side parcel, and the economics garnered through the entire deal will help to support the Housing Authority, not just from the West Side, but also the East Side. We're going to produce affordable housing. We are creating a tremendous amount of jobs. We are going to invest almost $200 million in this location that will, particularly on the East Side, be generating a tremendous amount of tax revenue for the city.
But slow down. We just talk about tax revenue. We're not getting much of that up front, right? The first 5 years, I think you said it was 50%, and then it increases over the years.
Yes.
So when you said tax revenue, I think 100% coming to the city, but that's not the case here. Now, the Housing Authority property, I understand, cool. When we have private property and we sell it, my experience has been to make money.
Right.
I'm trying to get the cents, CENTS, dollars.
Yeah. So in addition to the taxes that we are paying, there's also $250,000 community benefits agreement being paid in the front of this deal. And what we're doing in the overall venture is looking to monetize not only, we're looking to monetize the entire location. So the sense, as you put it, Commissioner Guyton.
It needs to make sense to me.
Makes sense in all
Yes.
those in all those components.
CENTS though.
In all those components, and being able to monetize it comprehensively. It doesn't all happen day one. I agree with you, but the value that we're building there and what the city will be generating in tax revenue, completely, it's tremendous relative to what the city's generating today. Yeah, you're talking about
What's the
$500,000. You're talking about
dollar
$500,000
amount to
for the first
city?
3
Do
years.
you have
alone.
like a dollar amount? I know about the 2 million. By the way, Mr. Meredith, how much did we pay for the property?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
how much did we pay for the CRA paid?
CRA bought that property on the east side.
Chair, I don't have that information, but
About 2.2
on the east.
2.7
on the
million.
east side,
Yeah.
I don't have that information. I do have the appraised value of it.
It was the community savings bank building, it was 2.7.
Okay, let's move on. I don't want to be here all night. But what I want.
Yeah, but you keep talking.
Huh? What?
You say you don't want to be here.
I know. But I want to know what we're getting out of this deal.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. People, we have to move on. Okay, I want to know because I kind of said jokingly, but the people are relying on us to ensure that we get a return on this private property. I mean, that we're selling to the private sector. We're not in the business to just give property away to private developers, even on P3s. We need something coming back to us.
Not entirely a private developer, it's a public-private partnership. And
I just said that, yeah.
And the good part about it, we're not only a partner in affordable, we're a partner in this site.
Understand, Mr. Hurd.
Not only contributes to
You need talking to the mic, Mr.
of the
Hurd.
housing
You need
authority.
talking to the mic.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councilperson, Commissioner, I was saying that it's just not a private deal, it's a public-private partnership.
I understand that.
On the east side as well.
Yeah, I acknowledge that.
And number one, that contributes to the sustainability of the housing authority. And with our involvement, like all of our private partnerships here in the city of Riviera Beach, we know that that site will remain here in the city because we are a part of that. Whereas some other developments that it's completely sold and it's completely sold to a private developer, we don't know what may happen to the ownership of that property in 10 or 15 years.
Let me ask you this, okay?
Okay, but
I'm sorry to interrupt
to
you.
further answer your question about the sense, I think, my partner will answer that question for you. But I just wanted to make the point that it's not a purely private
I
venture.
acknowledge
Okay.
that from the beginning. I said it was a P3, public-private partnership. I stipulated to that from the beginning. I understand, but we still should have a return on it.
So Commissioner,
Wait, one question before I forget it. I'm old. This is my last question. There's a request to have the property conveyed before we get the, how does it read? Mr. Murray.
Property conveyed at the execution of this development agreement.
Okay, at the execution of the development agreement. I understand what conveying means, but Mr. Mercius or Mr. Attorney, would you just tell the public what conveying is when we convey property?
I just want to say that I got a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to it.
What is your question again?
We are to convey the property to them when we sign an agreement. I want everybody to understand what conveying means.
They're releasing the property to them. We are giving them the property at that point.
Wait.
They have
We're
ownership of
giving
the
them
property.
the property just from signing the agreement? Once we sign
No,
the
not once we sign the agreement. We can in the agreement state when the conveyance will take place. That can be a part of the agreement.
Doesn't it typically take place after permits and
Entitlements?
entitlements have taken place? Is that how it typically works?
Chair?
Yes.
At our most recent development agreements, that's what I've seen, that those developments, or excuse me, the conveyance usually takes place, element 8, element 7, at that entitlement process.
Sure. Okay, so that upon development agreement, that means when they sign this agreement tomorrow, what that means?
That means that we convey the property.
No.
They own, they.
Correct.
No, I don't like that.
Madam Chair, and that's, so has the financing been secured for the project before we convey this land? Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's
can
a
he-
question to the developer. Go ahead. You can have it
No,
now.
can he answer the
So-
question? Go ahead.
I'm going to bring my
You wanna
colleagues.
answer the question?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Terry Booty. I have the privilege of working in conjunction with the Housing Authority and been on the front end of the project. So I want to help you guys understand the mechanics. So part of the conversation that's being left out right now is that there are callback provisions and land use restrictive agreements within the development process. So when you talk about and you use the language of conveyance, from the resolution that you passed today, from getting a title policy, all of these things, these provisions are in there where you have the right as a board upon default to take this property back. Why is vitally important that a developer has possession or title of the property? It allows the first tranche of financing to be put in place to meet the milestone deliverables as it relates to entitlements. For instance, in this process, it has to get a site plan approved and go through the FDOT process that we all talked about. That investment is upwards of $5 million, in addition to making the land contribution payment. So you are conveying the property, but you are also requiring the developer to meet all of the pre-development requirements, which is an expenditure of cash. Upon that time, they also have to pay at site plan approval, meaning all of the construction documents are complete. Another series of cash are put into the project, and then upon that time, you receive your other payment. The reason why it is set up this way is to give the latitude and runway for a developer to do all of that work at their risk, but also give you the privilege of making sure that you're able to get this back if they fail to meet those timelines. So again, you have to use the concept of conveyance in this proper, in the overall development timeline. I also want to go back to address Commissioner Guyton's point, again, from running the financial models in conjunction as a consultant.
Okay, stop right there. I hear all of that, but I still got problems with conveying this land up front like this. I got heartburn with that. Mr. Mercier?
Chair, we can put parameters around that.
All right, very good.
I'd like to state those parameters before.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
That's what I was going to ask. Can we put those parameters in place? And if you can kind of give those, Director Mercius, if you could state those parameters so we can be clearly and articulated on the floor. Mr. Booty, you said that you're speaking on behalf of or supporting the teams. Who are you representing today?
So I consult sometimes for the Housing Authority. I had the privilege of working with Craig. Again, because I understand the process of working in this public-private partnership arena, I just wanted them not to stumble through the questions.
And I
because they're very
appreciate that. I just
specific.
want to make sure, because for the record, we need to know who's speaking on behalf of who. Make sure it's clearly articulated what we're doing, and our director will go ahead and outline what's the expectations, because that conveyance and reverter clauses is something that's going to be important, because if the board chooses to convey the property, we need a clear timeline and understanding as what these reverter clauses are going to look like. What is the process going to look like, and what are these partnerships? Because this is a true partnership with the P3. That's why I started with the concerns with the Housing Authority not being the property manager. I'm still getting calls to this day about projects in Heron Estates. I do not want to be getting calls when this project's complete because we're not managing or overseeing these properties because we've conveyed property that we no longer have ownership. My concerns with my colleague, with Commissioner Guyton, is stated that he wants to make sure, what are we getting out of it? We want to clearly understand what's the benefit, the direct benefit, outside of the housing and the opportunities and the doors for our residents, which is vital. It's a crisis in our community. What did the dollar amount look like for the residents? So we can clearly articulate in 3, 5, 10, 20 years, this is what the taxpayers will receive. This is going to be the cost and the number of units we're going to have. This is going to be the retail space we'll have. So Director Mercius, for Madam Chair and the rest of the board, if you could clearly articulate those, please.
So Chair, thank you, Mayor. I propose within those parameters, and this is something I've been talking directly with Council Hope Calhoun about. But those parameters within the site plan approval process, they would take 6 months for that site plan approval process to be cleared, to be approved upon. And if that within that 6-month process, and that's negotiable, they would have to come back in front of the board to discuss and justify what is taking so long and why haven't that site plan approval, why haven't that been approved as of yet. The next phase would be going into the entitlement phase. And within that entitlement phase, we understand and I acknowledge that it would take a long time for certain permits to go through engineering, so on and so forth. So I perhaps proffer a year for them to receive their entitlements and to move forward within that phase and to go in front of the board if they do not receive those full entitlements within a year to justify to the board. And also within their financials to close on the property, then I think that should take an ample amount of 6 months to a year, where if that does not happen, that they would also need to go in front of the board and discuss and justify why that hasn't taken place. At our last meeting, I believe, or 2 meetings ago with Related, regarding the Element 7 and their financials and closing on that deal, they asked for an extension, a year extension. The board decided to come back within 6 months, and if a deal wasn't made within 6 months, the board would hear Related again and to ask what is going on and what has happened. I believe within those parameters, of course, the time is negotiable. I believe also the board has well within their right if their justifications are not aligned with the vision of the board, then the board has every right to nullify this agreement if such. But I believe those parameters, like I said, are negotiable within the time frame. But I think those parameters are good enough teeth to hold them through the fire.
Sure.
Well, Commissioner Vice Chair, and then Dr. Spears. You can go ahead. First. Go ahead.
I brought this up when you did your presentation, and I'm going to bring it up again. Are we going to have a performance bond naming us as an additional insured?
Commissioner Curtis, yes.
Right, so that guarantees us, after we transfer this property, that this project is going to be built. Otherwise, we take the property back and the insurance company has to build the project. Correct, so that's the way it works. With respect to what is the city getting out of this? Well, we're getting workforce housing.
Yes.
We're getting affordable senior housing, low-income senior housing, which are both needed very much in this city. As we know, in order to make these things happen, we have to subsidize these projects. We've done it with L'Anse. This board voted 5-0 to put in $4.3 million into that project, which was only 28 units or 24 units. I think we have a responsibility to the people in this community who need housing to move forward with this project and move as quickly as possible. The taxes, just to go back on the taxes, I happen to have been involved in many projects like this where they pay 50% when the building is closed, when you get your C of O, and then it goes up a percentage over time. That's a good way to get a project healthy and sustainable. That happens often in private-public partnerships. That's not unusual. You can check with most municipalities throughout the country. That happens often. But then you look at what the investment is and what the actual taxes are going to be in this property. As you said before, when this project was originally thought out by the previous councils, it was going to be the bank building rehabilitated with a restaurant on the ground floor. It was going to be owned by the CRA. We would have collected no taxes. We're now going to collect 50% of close to a $200 million investment, which is very, very substantial for an affordable housing project. So my hat is off to you, and I think, once again, that this is a great deal for the entire city. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. No, I'm next.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, baby.
I wanted to go back to Ms. Mayor. You mentioned something, Mr. Booty. Where are you? What was he? What were you talking about when you said you wanted to make sure you knew who he was speaking on behalf?
Yeah, for the record, because when he came up there, he said that he had consulted or worked with. I just want to know.
Yeah, so I want to set a couple things straight because again, there's this air of tension in the room, and
There's no tension here.
it feels we work in a collaborative environment with the housing authority. They won the smallest housing authority over the last couple of years. Mr. Hurt, Mr. Jackson, and I, we've been working in conjunction with each other for over a decade. They're really, really solid people. And so my firm offers their services because I'm the youngest guy. I'm smart. We're nimble. We help them out.
I've never heard anybody actually come up and say that, but okay. But what is?
But the point of reason why I bring this up is that when there's a response or some underwriting that has to be done, we all pitch in. It's a collaborative environment. And so in this instance, I just happen to be around to kind of help pull this together. And so I kind of know the nuances of the deal structure. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands we have no financial interest in this project. I'm not a partner. I'm not anything but just a technical advisor. I have no compensation. I have no interest except for seeing Mr. Hurt, the board, Craig here succeed. So I'm just coming here to ensure that I clarify things so they just don't get tripped up in wordsmith and how a development agreement is structured, because ultimately it's a real estate proposition, but the dollars invested in this are substantial in order to get through your process. It is.
So you're a
it's not
consultant for the housing authority?
In this capacity, I just provided advisory services. So I don't get paid a dime, not one single penny for the housing authority and for Craig.
So you consult with both?
For the project.
For this project?
Yes, ma'am.
Only?
For this, I'm speaking in this. No, I do multiple things for them, and it's been over a decade of working with them. I'm working with them to ensure that they have success in developing housing.
There's something Mr. Jackson needs to say? Mr. Jackson? Did you want to chime in?
No, I was just wanted to make sure I was
No, I
clear.
said Mr. Jackson, did he want to chime in on something?
No, I was comfortable with what Mr. Booty was saying, but, and I was talking about some other things, some other benefits that I think the Housing Authority is doing. We talked about, I heard some of the other entities talk about the money that they were offering the city, and we're doing that same sort of thing. I think we're out in front of them and doing, we're offering $250,000 to the city to be used.
I think you wanted to chime in on what you were asking, Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think she thought you wanted to chime in on what you were asking.
Hold on. Stop talking. We got 5 minutes left till 10 o'clock. We need to extend the meeting. You need to make a motion so that we can do that.
Did you have anything to say about his consulting?
Down at 10.
No, I moved to extend the meeting about 15 minutes.
Second.
At 10:15, we out of here.
Commissioner Davis Panir, Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Nope.
That vote passes 3-2 with Vice Chair Miller Anderson and Chair Lanier dissenting.
Chair.
That is 15 minutes added. What is that?
10:15.
10, no, it's not 10:15. It's 9:55. Now that's 10.
So my motion was
Oh, 10,
for
okay,
15 minutes after the time expires.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and finish.
Did you have anything to add about what I asked Mr. Booty? Or no? You were talking about something else?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right. So back to you, Mr. Booty. You said that you, just for this particular project, you're consulting with both.
I'm providing advisory services, and the reason why I'm using that very specific language is because there's zero compensation, there is no formal agreement. I just happen to understand what was required to submit a successful application for them.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I need to clarify something. One of my colleagues indicated that our benefit would be the workforce housing, the senior housing. On that project, we gave you the property. That's not what I'm talking about. He was confusing two different sides of the street. I know what we're getting for that. We provided the property for it. You're giving us workforce housing, we gave you some property. On the other side of the street, are those market rate apartments?
Commissioner Guyton, if I could, on the east side.
On the east, are they market rates? That's just a simple
It's mixed
question.
income. The workforce housing is on the east side.
Oh.
So it's mixed income on the east side. We have market rate with workforce housing mixed together. On the west side, we have an affordable seniors project. But I also just want to take the opportunity to clarify and answer directly your question about cents. So
yeah, make sense.
On
the market rate portion.
In the first 10 years, we are paying $5 million in terms of taxes. And then it's going up incrementally every year.
Hey, back up, slow down. So you're paying taxes to the county that some would come back to us, or you're saying that 5 million would be coming back to us? That's a difference.
Well, we've negotiated in the agreement,
Yeah,
I don't have.
That's a simple question. Is 5 million coming back to us, or is it going to the property appraiser's office?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay, but it's $5 million in the first 10 years. And then we're going up incrementally. So over the next, over the 25 years, you're talking about $25+ million. Over the first 30 years, $25+ million being paid. So when you talk about cents, there's a tremendous return to the community.
To the residents and me.
Yes.
Needs to make sense. We're getting 5 million back. That's only 50% of what we would normally get. Is that correct?
Right, but yes.
Okay. I understand.
In the first 10 years, yes.
We don't
in
need
addition
to
the $2 million that we pay
I understand.
upfront
We only
as
have
well.
15 minutes. So it's important to our residents that we can justify giving property here, and then we only get 50% of the taxes over here on the other side of the property. You all don't have to explain that to the residents. We have to explain that. Why are we making the type of deal we making? Y'all do this as developers. We represent the people. And it needs to make sense when we're just giving property away. That's all I have tonight, Madam Chair.
Very good.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this is similar to the related project at the marina. That's our land. We didn't get anything for that land. So you do certain things, you do certain subsidies in order to provide affordable housing. The more that we provide in subsidies, the lower the price will be for the residents that are looking to rent in these buildings. So I think it's very important that we move forward with all of these projects, whether it be the related project or whether it be this project, whether it be Laon's or any other project that comes before us, because we certainly know there's a need for workforce and affordable housing in our city. That is a tremendous benefit to this community. I don't think many other communities in this state or even in this country are providing the amount of affordable housing that the city of Riviera Beach is about to do.
I also too want to say that I want to see these projects succeed. I am 100% behind this. I really want it to work. And we just have to, as Commissioner Guidance said, we have to articulate this to our constituents when they ask about these deals. So when we ask these questions, we don't have any tension. Where is he? We don't have any tension in the room. We are just trying to make sure that we can articulate what it is that is happening to our constituents. But for all of us up here, we want these projects to work, and we're behind it. We just want to be able to understand the language and to be able to talk to our neighbors about it as well, because they're going to want to know what's happening. So, we just want to keep up with that, because that reflects on us too, whether this project succeeds or fails. So we definitely want it to succeed. But at the same time, we also want to be fair and everybody knows what's happening.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, let's go.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Before the vote takes place,
Okay, hold on a second. Go ahead.
we didn't get a motion first and foremost. And second, I know there was a conversation about parameters built into the development agreement. Is that something that you all would like to see? And if so, please state and articulate what that is with the final minutes that we have.
They're in the agreement. Where's this? They're in the agreement. They've been negotiated.
No.
Within the agreement, Madam Chair, if I can,
Go ahead.
I would actually look at 4.13. There's some parameters in there. It gives them 6 months to do a site plan. If not, they're in default. After the site plan, it gives them 6 months to secure financing. If not, they're in default. And under default, we can then claw back the land. So if you look at 4.13 of the agreement, I think those were some of the parameters you were talking about.
Okay, as long as we're making sure that the property is protected until we get to that point.
Chair?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Were you saying something? Oh, go ahead, Dr. Spears.
So are you going to include in the parameters a performance bond?
That's for me, Dr. Spiritus. It's always as you pointed out astutely, it's always involved. And I think there's language in there that already requires a performance bond.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney Smith, so the parameters include information about the timelines and the financials, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
4.13 gives the timelines in there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. We need a motion.
So moved.
Madam Clerk,
Second.
the motion was what she read. You want to read it again? All right, very good. Go ahead.
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Miller Anderson dissenting.
Thank you, Commissioner, then commissioners, and the chair as well. Thank you.
Guys, discussion by Executive Director, Mr. Mercies.
Chair, I have none, no.
You have, what did you say?
I have no
Okay.
talking points.
City Attorney, CRA Attorney. Dr. Spears, can you give your comments, please? Dr. Spears.
He said nothing. I'll take his. Okay, I just want to, before the Housing Authority leaves, Mr. Hurd, I just want to talk, I want to co-sign with what our mayor said, because I've been getting some of those same calls and concerns about residents.
Sirs,
So
we're
I'm
still in a meeting.
Yeah, and I'm pretty much directing it to the Housing Authority, that I have been getting some of those calls and emails from our seniors at Heron Estates with concerns about management and things that are going on and rent prices and things of that nature. So if we can maybe set up a meeting, but that is a concern. I mean, we do want senior housing, but we also want proper management as well. So I don't want to talk about it today. That's just something I'm putting out there. You can always call me, but that is a concern when we have this number of seniors expressing
We'll set up a meeting.
disappointments. All right, thank you. And then I just want to announce Sunday, young men, come on out, young men and older men, Sunday, November 16th from 2 to 5. The flash mob with the young men of distinction, please come out and support our young men in Riviera Beach. And then also, someone want to speak about Sean Pittman's event that's also on Saturday that I'm gonna let y'all do it because I don't know where it is. But it's the championship community celebration, and it's gonna be Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Wells Recreation Center. This is another family-friendly event, free food, popsicles, bounce houses, interactive games, and I think they're gonna be having food trucks and free food distribution. One more time. All right, thank you.
That is the,
Yes, that's the one.
okay, very good. Commissioner Guy? Mayor?
Thank you. I just want to thank Stat News for bringing the young people with Inlet. Thank you so much. That was the only news coverage that we got when we approved the $350 million project tonight, guys. And they actually brought, they're partnering with Inlet Grove. So thank you, Stat News, for their coverage, for always supporting and positive reports on the city of Riviera Beach, and for the program you're creating with the mentorship and the young people over here in our community. So thank you. The Youth Council, they also will be covering. Our Youth Council is having a town hall this Saturday. Walter, if you can put up the flyer for the viewers at home. The Youth Council will be having their town hall from 2 to 4 at the marina here on Saturday, guys. That town hall will be hosted by our Youth Council in conjunction with Ms. Miller Anderson, the entire City Council, and my office, to allow for the youth to engage on listening to the concerns of what the young people have. Ms. Miller Anderson was all in the video today on the news, where she did a anti-bait campaign with our Youth Council, which was a phenomenal opportunity for them to showcase the talents of our Youth Council. Attorney Pittman, as my colleague said, Commissioner Davis Pinheiro, will be 10 a.m. We're going to be feeding over 500 families, free food, games, and fun. So please come out there, 10 a.m. at Wells Gym. And we had an amazing trip today. Today we did a relief effort down to Gems warehouse down in Doral. Thank you, Bus One, for sponsoring. Thank you, Faith in Florida. And we had many staff, volunteers, and people that came down and packed boxes to send down to Jamaica for relief efforts. So thank you for the entire board, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.